We go from one passionate episode voted by fans to another passionate episode voted by fans. That and much more on today's episode of BrobusCast Death Metal Edition. Hey everyone, and welcome to... Oh, you ruined it! Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I'm your host, Brobuscus. With me today is ZDogg.
I have power now.
God damn it.
I just got it, okay? It was just updated for mobile. Let me have this.
And we also have Richard. Oh wait, just kidding. He couldn't make it here today.
No, but he will still be in our hearts. I say that like he died, but no, it's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Maybe.
Yeah. But instead,
Richard is alive and well, probably.
Yep. But in his place, we have not one, but two special guests. Oh my gosh.
The most audible of all gasps. First up we have returning guest Red Runner. Hello. Wow, that's loud.
Oh, that's great.
Hello.
That I didn't. You know what? I give you credit for that. And we also have brand new guests. Say hello to Hyper Starman. You guys are freaking soundboards. Oh my gosh.
We won't use them anymore, probably.
Yeah, we will use them with great power comes great responsibility. But anyway, welcome, Hyper. Yes.
Hello.
So yeah, busy times.
Oh
Indeed,
boy, you want to talk about busy times? Holy.
Yeah, there's a lot going on right now.
There's a lot going on.
There is. Oh boy. So
we should probably start with the latest episode that came out. I feel
probably should, yeah. Because you know what? I'm just gonna say it. Even then, there's so much.
Oh boy, because we have the very first of our champions voted matchups for this season, Bill Cipher versus Discord, and oh my gosh.
That's
We're in
probably
it.
the best way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're in it. Me and Red, we're in it. That's fun.
Hyper is in it by name. I'm in it literally.
And in the storyboard too. So that basically means that you were there from the start.
It is so bizarre to me that I was in the storyboard.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed, this episode is going to be this entire podcast is going to be very champions heavy.
Yep.
This is a very much community led episode. And starting with this death battle. Okay, well, backpedaling.
Fun fact for everyone, because I don't think I've said this anywhere, but the Discord servers, I didn't even vote for Bill versus Discord.
Yeah, that's one of your most wanted, and you didn't vote for it.
Okay. Let's backpedal a little bit. Let's get the boring stuff out of the way real quick. Because the only person on this podcast for our team on our sort of competition that guessed the winner right isn't even here. So
Oh well.
it's funny how that works. So yeah, me and ZDogg went for Discord on our last episode, and we were wrong.
We were wrong.
Bill ended up taking the dub.
To be fair, I'm definitely not complaining about.
I bet you're not.
Yeah, it's not like I still have his profile pic. It's not like I still have him as a profile pic.
So I'm just gonna be upfront. We're probably not gonna talk too much about. Okay, I'll just say we guessed wrong, and I think we should just leave it at that. Because this episode is very. I don't want to say divisive. I don't, because it's not. It has a result that rubs people the wrong way, and I just feel like if we really dove into it, it just.
I think divisive is a fine word for it. Some people agree, some people disagree, but most people seem to like the episode regardless.
Yeah. That's why divisive was kind of like not the word for me, but yeah, I don't really want to dive too much into it because it's a kind of, I don't want to say it's a touchy subject, but I don't really know any other better term for it.
I disagree.
Let's just say Bill Cipher won. Some people agree with it.
Cipher won.
Some people disagree with it. You're free to feel both. You're free to feel both ways. Just don't be a douchebag about it.
Yep.
And I think we'll just leave it at that.
Yep. There you
go. And we instead move on to the first step in this crazy episode that exists. What the hell are these analyses?
That's what they are. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
DJ went extra hard on these.
DJ.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr. Beast had to be sacrificed to the
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to ask DJ, if you're watching this, are you okay?
He was very tired when it was all done. He needed like a nap.
Indeed.
Because the editing for this is buck wild.
It's insane, but I love it.
Oh, it's great. It's especially great because with the wacky nature of this matchup, it opens up for a lot of wackier edits and a lot of apparently a lot of death battle inside jokes.
Not just death battle, basically versus community inside jokes.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you know what they're doing when they know what they're doing when one of the edits is Bill flying over like this vision of Goku and Beerus' shockwave punch. You know what? Hell, forget that. The episode literally opens up with the flipped Discord render that triggers two Shy Shy's PTSD.
There are
there's so
thousands
many Easter eggs.
I mean, if you just go to the wiki, it never ends. They're still missing stuff. They're still missing stuff.
There's still so many that I haven't even caught.
I don't know if this is getting ahead of ourselves, but did anyone ever decode the message in the credits?
Yes.
Credits?
Yes. Yeah, it was decoded. It's in the wiki. I can check.
Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. I don't know.
That was the only one I never saw anyone.
It was translated to weirdic. That's it.
Well, that's all right. I was expecting something more. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, what was
fair
it?
enough. Okay,
Weirdly chaotic.
Weirdly
the
chaotic.
Track
Okay.
Name. If you look in the credits, the track.
Yeah. I know what
name
you're talking about, but I didn't hear what he said. He kind of cut out for me.
Weirdly chaotic. I mean, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? I mean, it is.
All right. But yeah, Easter eggs. You could go on and on and on about all the things that were in it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the fact that it is still not done is bonkers.
Yep. Gosh.
And, like,
One of my favorites. One of my favorites was the joke about Thor's speed in Christmas, like, when they talk about it.
Yeah, I know that was so good.
Oh, that was so good.
that was great.
Okay, wait. I think we can't obviously mention all of them, but I think my favorite Easter egg was when you actually translate. I don't know where it is, but when you translate one of them, it says 11 D's nuts.
11 D's nuts. Yes. Oh, I love it.
So perfect.
Brilliant. But like, man.
But not only are there community inside jokes, but there's also community shout-outs.
Yep.
And and by that I mean, holy shit, there's so many people shouted out in the analysis segments alone.
At Bill's analysis, there's one, two, blah blah blah.
I think DJ said there's 80 names in that whole thing.
It's like all the mod team on the official server, which includes me. Gumball's there.
I'm there.
I know Red's. You're there too.
Real talk, I went through it like frame by frame in my editing software to try to see like just who was there. I wasn't even expecting to see my name, and then like as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh hey!" DJ's a real one. And even our good old we're gonna mention him again later. Our good old guest from last episode, Meatloaf Man, shows up in the
you love to see him
in that little scroll.
Yeah, but no, there's like freaking community members, freaking champions members, content creators. It's just wild. I'm so happy they got that little cameo there, and it's a brilliant way to do it too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's perfect. No joke. When I saw it for the first time, I thought like because I haven't seen Gravity Falls, I thought that was like an actual thing. I was like, oh, okay. And then I realized, like, I saw people commenting, like, hey, I got a shout out in the episode, and I was like, wait, what? And then I saw their screenshots, and I was like, oh, there's a lot more to this than I thought.
Yep.
They also shout out, Crossover Coliseum, one of the ciphers in the, I think it's the background slate.
So
when you decipher it, it says I don't like chicken wings, which is a
which is
a Sephiroth.
Yeah, it's a direct reference to the Crossover Coliseum episode of Sephiroth Bill Cipher, which is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Ink react to that, like it's just crazy. It's yeah.
There's so much. It is crazy what he was able to do with this, with just the analysis alone. Like it's
analysis alone.
It's honestly wild.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean, I feel like it's pretty free to say, like, yeah, these are probably my favorite analysis segments this year. I won't lie.
I think I'm good. Honestly, I think I have to agree.
Not just all the Easter eggs, but like also just hearing them talk about Gravity Falls for the first time just makes me so happy. And with just all the care and passion put into every single aspect of it, it's so good.
Yeah.
I really appreciated the fact that we finally got to give MLP its credit.
That too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Give MLP, have it be treated good.
Have the main characters be above wall level, you know?
Yeah. You know.
Pretty sure this is the biggest.
That's a good start.
Yeah. Also, just flat out.
I don't think it's technically the biggest jump because they put Pinkie Pie higher, didn't they?
Oh, did they? I haven't seen that episode. I haven't seen that episode in years. So
isn't that funny? They put Pinkie Pie higher than Twilight when she had the power of all 4 alicorns.
Well, Death Battle research is funny sometimes.
yeah.
They had stuff like her screaming mountains, for the record. That's
Yeah.
why I say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll probably do it.
But yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, and speaking of respect, remember that? I guess it's kind of just a little bit random, but that one shot of where they just flat out just draw Discord like completely accurately, like as if he's just from the show.
Dude. Yes.
I at one point had assumed that was Moro, but what was her name?
Susie.
Susie? Yeah.
Oh, that was
Very good work from her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot. I'm looking at the Death Battle wiki. I forgot another one was when Boomstick was quoting like, "Dear Lord, what in God's name is that thing?" The box, the YouTube box that shows up is like the comments coming from Crossover X, which I think is amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Gosh.
And I also, I guess, the comment also said do Ryu versus Batman, so I guess that episode's confirmed now. From
Confirmed.
Fandom's going crazy.
going off of Batgirl Spider-Gwen logic. Yeah. We're getting Ryu versus Batman, ladies and gents.
Season finale. Woo.
My gosh.
Okay, well, let's move on to the fight before we get too ahead of ourselves.
Nah. The plot twist is they meant Ryu Hayabusa.
Yeah, there you go.
Where's Ninja Batman from that one?
Oh yeah. Ryu Hayabusa versus Ninja Batman. There you go.
There you go.
Clearly. Anyway, so the fight. Okay,
Yes.
so I said this on Twitter.
Origin did a great job with all the sprites.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I said this on Twitter, and this applies to the episode as a whole. But for some, I was very apprehensive when this was announced as the winner of the 2D ballot. For one, I was just not really into the matchup as a whole. It was the one matchup I didn't vote for this, and it was the one match I didn't want to win.
Oh,
because
I guess we agree on that. Yeah, it was because it certainly has its history for having a interesting debate.
Yeah.
See, it's funny because I was kind of in a similar spot, despite it being one of my favorite matchups, right? I am fully aware of how toxic it can get. That was the entire reason I voted for something else instead.
Yeah.
Valid.
So you can imagine my surprise when I sat down, watched the episode, and thought, "Hot damn, this is a good episode."
So good here. Oh gosh.
Good lord, they did not need to go this hard. Well, actually, no. You know what? No, I take that back. They definitely needed to, because I probably wouldn't have. I probably wouldn't have acknowledged it much.
It was
had they
necessary for this episode. It was necessary here.
Yeah. I take that back. If they hadn't gone this hard, I probably would have just watched it. We talk about it here, and then I never thought about it again.
You thought.
They themed half of the season around this matchup. Think about that.
Yeah, they had them in 20 previous episodes. A lot of people who they just missed. They there the whole time, which is crazy.
Yeah, dude. Okay,
I think I found the cloud in Guts vs. Dimitri, but it's barely visible if that was it.
I was blown away when they showed the Bill statue for Guts Dimitri.
Yeah, I know, right? That was there.
I was I was like, okay, no, hold on, I have to check. Like, is this legit, or did they just add that for this episode? I went back, and sure enough, there it was. It is super hard to see, but it is there.
It's worth, and it's also worth mentioning the Cloud Discords are not as visible in the episodes themselves. Like they're blended much more than when it's shown in Bill vs. Discord.
Yeah.
But I think they are all in fact there. Again, Guts vs. Dimitri's Discord Cloud is the hardest one to see, but I think I recognized his eyes.
Which is insane, by the way, because typically like people in the community just find all this stuff like hidden details, but like nobody found them. The only one they found was Martian Manhunter, so it was different.
But I think that one was because they were not even hiding it at that point.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
The next episode, they intended people to see that.
Yeah.
Goes to show how easy it really is to hide things. Like
Yep.
Crazy how that works. But yeah, dude, this episode is this fight is wild. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Origin for the sprites. They are amazing. And
you realize he didn't even just have to draw the sprites for the two main fighters. Discord, of whom his sprites are a nightmare to work with. I can safely say that.
I can imagine.
But he also made sprites for every background person in the fight.
Oh man, yeah. Hey, look who just decided to show up.
Yeah.
Hi.
Welcome. But
what I missed?
No.
We briefly went over how Bill won. We talked about the analyses, and now we're on the fight.
Okay, cool. So good timing. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry if I sound tired. I went through the most hellish day on Earth possible. I'm basically fighting to not want to go to sleep because I wanted to be here with all of these guys because I would rather kill myself than ever miss out on an opportunity to be here with them.
Well, that's cute, maybe. That's like half cute, half disturbing.
Anyways.
Cool.
But no, you thought the Easter egg stopped at the analysis sections. You silly goose. No, they do not. No, they do not.
You sweet naive child.
There's so much more in the fight scene. Like so many more community members and like freaking pony versions of other characters, freaking pony OCs from other members. It's insane.
Okay,
and
dude.
Origin made despite all of them.
Real talk.
Yes.
I both respect the hell out of him, but also I really hate Ray for what he this freaking dude had a cameo in this episode and knew about it and didn't tell us.
And didn't tell us. Son of a gun.
My favorite thing. Obviously the champions get a preview. Of the animation, and also on the cast, I should. I wasn't in the preview, so I didn't even think to look for anything. Like they added me in post.
Yeah.
That's
insane.
That's so funny.
Well, no, you were added. You were added in the storyboard.
Yeah, I was in the storyboard, but I think they purposefully omitted a bunch of details.
Oh, they had to.
Until the episode itself came out. Like, most of the stuff not just me, but a bunch of stuff that fell out of the portal wasn't actually there in the preview.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just on the preview alone, there's a lot of changes between the preview and the final product.
But I didn't see the preview, but maybe for the better. That way you can get more reaction out of it in the actual episode.
Also, this is on a nitpick scale, but I just felt like mentioning that I'm glad they fixed the frame count. There was one shot in the early access version that had a frame count visible, and they removed it. So good job.
Oh, yeah! Yay!
I think
Your one nitpick is gone.
I think Guts Dimitri had one too, and DJ was like, "Damn it!"
I can't say I noticed it for Guts vs. Dimitri.
I
but now I'll have
I didn't
to-
notice it for this episode either. So you know what?
No.
If you care, it was the shot where Discord says, "How about we play a different game?"
Okay.
That shot.
Yeah.
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 Didn't notice. I don't care to go look. It's probably not even there anymore.
Oh yeah, it's not there anymore. They got rid of the early access version.
Yeah. So.
Okay, that makes sense.
Although I
hope
still have
people
the-
don't.
I do still have the recording
good.
of the early access version. I could check, but I'm not going to because I don't care.
No one cares.
Exactly.
No one cares.
What if I listen
Who
on
gives
it?
a shit?
Yeah.
It's
hope-
honestly just something I was saying. Good job, you fixed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I hope people don't just take away the Easter eggs as the high point of this animation, because I would say that the Easter eggs are just like that extra cherry on top of a good sundae.
A lot of it cherries.
A lot of cherries. Yeah.
Easy.
Also,
Only
yes,
Red
that's what
Runner
you did
got
there.
what I did there.
No,
Oh,
I-
okay, good.
I saw it. I saw it.
But no, the hand-drawn elements in general
Dude.
in this fight were really, really good.
Dude,
They're
we're
like-
just,
Yes,
like they were like
And I
seamless.
say the hand-drawn elements, but let's not forget
Like, oh my
the
god.
3D modeling team went overtime for this one.
yeah, no, the spritist, Billy, the director, John Mitchell, the puppeteers, Bill, the
Okay.
3D modelers, literally everybody who worked on this animation all deserve a fucking huge
Yeah,
round
no.
of
There's like
applause.
half. There's like. I look at the wiki. There's like half than the usual amount of sprite people working on this episode. I think it's like everybody, which is insane.
Yeah, it's even Luis gets in there. So yeah. Oh my
Okay,
god.
dude,
So this.
Freaking Luis, the claymation thing again. When are we gonna get that as a full episode? That's my question.
I don't know, but it's like,
and I'm getting spoil it a day beforehand. Let's go.
Hey,
Yeah.
good job, Luis.
What?
Character
What
development
is
from
a
our
matchup?
sprite animator.
What is a matchup we would want in claymation?
I don't know.
I've heard Jack Skellington versus the Grinch. That is one that I think could be done in claymation. That's
see
about
that.
all. That's about all that comes to mind. But no cap. I think this might be my favorite sprite 2D episode of the season, like period overall. Just,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
That's fair.
sorry, futures 2D episodes. I know you're gonna try and go hard, but it's like, no, I'm sorry.
Unless it's like a finale, which they did talk. I remember they saying they did talk about like the idea of doing like a sprite finale, which I think would be cool.
Yeah.
I
If
would
it could be,
love
like,
it if they actually did. No, Hyper, you that's a good idea. I would like to see a return to the sprite finale. We haven't had that in a long time.
Yeah, and
When
the
was
last one.
sprite finale?
Was
Deadpool.
because of
Pinkie Pie
Yeah.
versus Deadpool was the last sprite
Was
finale.
that really the last? They
Of
had
the,
one
yes.
the last and only one.
Yes, that is correct. The last and only one.
because, and that one was because of scheduling stuff. Because there was originally supposed to be
It was
something.
Yeah, wasn't it originally literally just supposed to be Lara versus Nate?
No,
That's
I
correct.
think
Yes.
I think it was.
No, wait. It was.
It was.
Voltron. Oh,
Yeah.
No, I think
Laura
what
versus
happened-
Nate was
what happened
meant to
was-
be
What happened
earlier.
was, I think, if I remember correctly, what happened was, Megazord Voltron was supposed to be the finale. It didn't work out, and then it was supposed to be the premiere, and that didn't work out, and then it landed where it was.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But
So yeah. Okay.
well,
actually,
either way,
I want to backpedal a little bit. Which one of us deserves? I forget who it was. Which one of us is a prophet? Because last episode, one of us jokingly. It wasn't me. I know that because I was not talking much during that discussion. But one of us
I forget.
predicted sock puppets for this.
Okay, all right.
No, it was a safe bet. I want to say that if you know both characters, it's a relatively safe bet.
It makes sense. I mean, we did think it would actually.
No, but
Your
the thing
only
is,
mate told me.
we said that
Your
as a
only mate
piss
told
take.
me,
That's what's
and
funny.
yes, we did. We did say it as a piss take. Your only mate actually told me it was ZDogg who said it.
It was
Me and
ZDogg.
Ray just-
Okay, ZDogg's the prophet.
Yeah,
ZDogg is
ZDogg
the goddamn prophet. Holy, like,
But the lads,
Again, I
the
would
lads
call that
deserve
a
a
safe.
W.
I would call that a safe bet.
This is true.
It was
But the
fun.
fact that it happened, yes, ZDogg, take a bow.
I'm so happy they actually did it. Oh my god.
But the bros can't. But it happened on the bros, so the bros can technically take that W. So suck it. We're stealing ZDogg's victory.
let's not do that.
Fine. No.
Also,
but
on the sock puppets thing, just in case you thought that there wasn't enough cameos and references in the sprite stuff, in the sock puppets, in the background, in the first shot, I think it's the first shot.
It's the entire thing technically, but
Oh, it is the entire thing. Okay. On the left hand side, and it's obscured behind some shit I forget. Okay, I'm beating around the bush. The point is, the imposter from Among Us and the Fall Guy show up.
Yes.
Just in case you thought that the cameos and the references, and the sprite stuff and the claymation thing, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, no, actually, no. This is a perfect transition because I just want to mention all the cameos of all the certain characters and matchups that show up Stans and Judge are just sitting there in the background. There's Rick fighting Doctor Who. Is that what you said, right?
Yeah,
The doctor.
apparently, I couldn't really tell, but apparently Rick in that image was also made into a pony.
Yep.
Yes, he was. Both Rick and the doctor.
The doctor is really obvious because I recognize the character design, but Rick, I could not tell he was a pony in that image.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they said on commentary that at least the doctor was a pony.
They actually made a Doctor Pony, basically, but specifically they made a fourth Doctor Pony because he's wearing a scarf, and it's the fourth Doctor who wears the scarf.
There you go.
There's
loses a hat from an owl house, impaled by Anne's sword.
and sword, yeah.
I think this is a good time to transition to what.
Not yet. Let's finish up this episode.
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll get there.
We're getting ahead of ourselves, but let's finish up this episode.
Yes.
But no, the references, and obviously, being tinfoilers, that obviously means that we think that all of those cameos are referencing confirmed matchups now, right? So, at some point this season, we're obviously gonna get Sans versus the Judge, Rick versus the Doctor, Anne versus Luz. Those are all set for season 10 now, right? Clearly. All right, cool.
Maybe. Yes. We'll find out.
We never know.
We'll find out. But yeah.
For real, just this entire episode, this isn't fight. I mean, I don't want to speak through it, but this entire fight and the entire episode just feels like such a treat for all the champions.
Yeah.
They wanted to make sure you knew yeah, you voted for this. We want to put our all into this episode, and yeah, they did.
It feels like it pays respect to, I wouldn't say just the champions, but it also pays respect to the Versus community. It also pays respect to Gravity Falls, MLP fans. There's a lot of factions that are basically getting their shout outs, and it's lovely. But once again, I think it would be funny if people just referred to this episode as the Easter egg episode and then just completely forgot. Oh, right, there's a triangle fighting a Frankenstein character. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So
there was a fight attached to that.
Yes, there was.
Like gasp.
Gasp, I say.
We forgot to mention, there was also a rubber hose part, and Bendy and Cuphead show up in it.
Yeah.
So there's Bendy versus Cuphead for season 10. There you go.
There you go.
Confirmed.
Confirmed. Yes. But I love this back and forth between Bill and Discord. I think this is just the best back and forth I've seen this season. And there's a purpose to it. It's literally not like the past back and forths where they acknowledge, okay, this is literally just getting us nowhere.
Yeah.
I love the personality of the characters are also on full fucking display. Like, holy shit! Even if you love one, you'll love how they're treated. If you just exclusively love one, then you'll love them. Or if you just love both, you'll like both of them. That's it. It's like you cannot help but smile at this battle as all of this chaos is going around.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Especially the ending, which kind of made me cry a little bit.
The ending is wild.
It's so damn good. That Moro popped off so hard for that hand-drawn Bill.
He really did.
Yeah.
Moro
was so good.
What is with this damn season and just upping the ante with these emotional endings?
My headphones are being funky. I'm trying to fix them.
Okay.
Okay.
Dude,
Like,
okay, I'm just gonna be up front. I wasn't really like crazy familiar with Moro before he got added to the team. I know he has that like really famous Cuphead versus Shovel Knight animation. I still haven't seen it, but I'll just say this. I think adding Moro to the sprite team was like one of the best decisions Death Battle has ever made.
I agree in terms of like, especially in terms of the 2D shots. Like him and Zach are literally Zach, John Mitchell, and Luis are like the best at the 2D shots. They really know how to pop off with these shots, and Moro's just been improving all around to where it's like, oh my god, it's literally seamless at this point. I can barely tell it's not like the past seasons where there was a shot, it interrupts, and you know that's a 2D shot. Now they're just seamless. You can't tell.
See, Moro is a really talented 2D animator, and also, I feel like a lot of people prior to him getting on to Death Battle didn't know that he does sprite animation too. His sprite animations are just as smooth as his 2D stuff, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I agree. I do. I don't want to just say Moro is the highlight in terms of the animation, because everybody's the damn highlight. Everybody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's funny because like when it was announced that Moro was doing shots for it was Stitch versus Rocket.
Stitch versus Rocket was the first one.
And people saw a lot of the hand-drawn stuff, and they're like, "Oh, well, that's Moro," and it turns out he did none of it.
But all of the like really bouncy movements from that animation were him.
Yeah.
Either way, as far as this goes, my highlights for the animation are the rotating shot, obviously.
I wonder why.
No, seriously though. Discord eating Bill, and of
like
course,
a Dorito, yes.
and of course, the section in Bill's mind.
Dude,
yes,
that part was crazy.
Yes, it was. It was very nice. It was shocking too. Like, legit, talk about pulling the rug out from under us. And it's good. It's great. Everything just flows together very nicely with the animation. I know there's been a lot of criticisms and complaints about the animations feeling a little shortish this season around, but I legit did not get a sense that things were going too fast or being too slow. It felt like everything in this animation had a good click to it.
It was apparently It was apparently the second longest animation this season, behind Vader vs. Obito, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yes.
It's crazy. It's crazy that that's true, because it's also like the second shortest episode as a whole this season. I think
they really did just breeze through their analyses, but it didn't feel like they were missing stuff.
No, it didn't feel like.
I think if you I know we talked about this last episode, and this was really hard. It's still hard to defend, but if you were in that group that did not like how short Silver Surfer versus Martian Manhunter was, then I feel like this animation is a huge improvement in that category, because it legit does not have any of that going on. It knows exactly what beats to hit, and it hits and executes them very well. And once again, I think that ending is one of my favorites of the season, just because it's a literal, you may have won the battle, but I won the war kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think we've ever gotten that type of scenario in Death Battle, as far as I can remember. It usually is just one combatant wins, one loses. That's it. There really is no... it's never been more clear-cut than that.
The power sets at play here allowed that to be a thing. So it was a really creative use of the differences between them.
And and as I was thinking about it, in the past 24 hours, the more I've gone back to this animation and rewatched it like 4 times, it literally clicked in my mind. It's like, okay, I think at first you can kind of see and now know that Discord probably knew he wasn't going to be able to beat Bill.
Narratively speaking, I'm pretty sure it was as soon as he wrote the letter. He already knew.
Yeah,
but he knew he could stall Bill until he gets it and trick him into putting him back into his home dimension. So it really doesn't feel like the sacrifice just came out of nowhere. I think you could dive into the character of the animation and really kind of feel like, okay, maybe Discord planned this. Maybe this was what he was gonna do all along.
Yeah, it's crazy because
he also used the bubbles of weirdness as a cover.
Yeah,
exactly.
Bill didn't even notice.
It's crazy because when we watched the preview, when the preview came out and Discord's writing a letter and he's like talking about, dear Princess Celestia, like we think, oh well, that letter is going to Princess Celestia. All right, cool.
Even though she's a statue at this moment.
Yeah, well, semantics. Details. But then we see at the end that letter shows up in next to all the main stakes, I think. Yeah.
So in reality, it was a warning to the main 6 to get them to safety.
Yeah.
All along. Which is...
I wouldn't say it was a warning.
No, it wasn't a warning. It was like a...
They were trapped in those banners. I would say it was like a note.
It was like a goodbye note. It's a goodbye letter.
Semantics.
I feel like people take it a little bit too far. But people also bring up the point that technically Discord could eventually come back and use that to say, oh yeah, he basically
Okay. This is getting into debate shit. I don't know, but
it's not actually really relevant to the debate.
No, it's not.
It's something that Cosmos said that since she embodies malice, that she will eventually come back no matter what they do.
Okay.
So same thing with
Discord.
Discord. Yeah, as long as chaos itself exists as as a concept, then Discord, even if he's destroyed, he will come back. It won't be immediate. There has been no evidence to suggest that if he were to be, let's say, kaput or gone, then he would come back immediately. So many have theorized it will probably take years for Discord to come back. But the point still stands, he will come back.
That was a point in
technically.
That was a point in a black box too. I know that.
Yes.
Whereas
I just didn't know if it was like. I just didn't know if it was like, because Bill just does straight up just like destroy Discord's soul. I wondered if that makes any difference.
Probably not. Probably not, based on how it's described.
All right.
Yeah, no. Even if he destroys his soul and his body will come back. Again, Bill may be powerful, but Bill cannot get rid of the concept of chaos.
All right, fair enough.
Like, he's not that fucking powerful. But, regardless, I do like the ending where Bill, and that's probably my favorite. That's another favorite thing I like. As soon as Bill realizes he's back in the nightmare realm, it then becomes this quick race for him to go back, but he can't. And so he doesn't crush Discord out of joy. He's pissed off, and he kills him. And then you have that great moment where he's stuck in the nightmare realm. He's upset. He's throwing a temper tantrum, but then he's like, you know what? Fine. I've done this before. You want to make a deal?
Yes.
What's another trillion years?
Like, he directed that at the audience. Who in their right mind, after seeing that, would make a deal with him?
Boomstick. I'm calling it Boomstick will make a deal.
But
I mean,
either way, it felt very in character, like lore accurate to both series for this to be how the fight ends.
Yeah.
At least assuming Bill wins. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And really, I have seen share a bit of discourse, no pun intended, over this animation and how it goes down in handling the ending for Bill's victory. But I really think at the end of the day, for me, while I have some slight criticisms, that really can all just be absolved pretty easily, because this fucking animation literally is like a perfect it's perfect in how it handles the fight between these two characters. Like, this is how I always imagined this would play out when Gravity Falls was coming out with its second season and hyping up Bill, and it pretty much delivered on that front.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I really hope that this episode isn't just looked back upon when ranking it as, well, there was a lot of Easter eggs, there was a lot of cameos, there's teases for future fights, there's the different animation. I really hope that doesn't overshadow the main characters fighting, because that would be very disappointing to me, because it's like, there's more to it. It's an added cherry, but it's like, you don't need to just eat the cherry and then just say, I don't need to eat the rest of the sundae. You can enjoy the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think.
What if I want to?
I mean, there you go.
Well, then that's you.
I mean, the way I see it, is that, like, the episode as a whole, like, not looking into, like, the Easter eggs, it's still good, but I imagine if it didn't have, like, the absolute myriad of, Easter eggs and inside jokes and all that, it'd probably still be, like, very well received, but probably not to the extent that it is right now.
No.
Like
I don't know about that personally. I mean, I still think it would get about as well even without all the stuff. Heck, I mean, I think I praised it on that level even before I noticed all the Easter eggs. So.
Oh no! Like I said, it's still a good episode. Like, without the Easter eggs, it's still like
Yeah.
I think it would still make top 5 bare minimum on a lot of people's lists.
Yeah.
I see.
It's just I have a feeling that the Easter eggs were like the catalyst, I guess you could say, as like
They were the extra caveats.
because a lot of people have this as their number one of the season, is what I'm saying. And
Yes,
that's fair. That's fair. But,
no, that is. That is.
But and obviously I don't want to speak on everybody's behalf. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I'm just saying I have a feeling that a lot of it is because of all of the community stuff that's in this episode. I imagine without it, it'd still probably be like it'd still probably be someone's number one. Let's be real.
I've seen some people say, yeah, it is their number. Like I have gone on my fellow circles, and I have seen that people have put it as their number one favorite. Just overall, it has nothing to do with the added caveats of treasures, of cameos, teases, community references, and all that. It really is because they love this fight, and they now love that they got to see Bill and Discord in a death battle, because that was kind of the dream with this fight, is we wanted to see it. Here it is, and God almighty, people are legit putting it at a very high pedestal when it comes to how they rank death battle going forward in the future. Like even Biff Weed, my crazy man, has said that he actually now may like it more than Saitama versus Popeye, which I know him. That's not easy trying to do that, and I've seen other people say it too.
A lot of people are saying this is like their favorite episode of the show, and I'm like, okay, wait, what?
It's like that's how.
I mean,
it isn't, but it's up there.
Agreed. I'm right there with Hyper. This isn't gonna be in my personal top 10 list of death battles, but it's definitely, I say, number 12, maybe number 11, because it's just nice to see. It really is nice to see. I don't know. Again, people have their own reasons for ranking episodes where they are, but I would be very surprised if this episode actually ranks. I haven't seen anything, but I'd be very surprised if there's somebody out there that says, oh, this is the worst episode of the season, this is going at the bottom of my list, it was too much pandering, there wasn't enough focused on Discord and Bill, blah, blah, blah. I haven't seen that, but I will be shocked.
I haven't seen that, but I have seen people get, like, really salty in comments sections, like, I'm unsubscribing over this.
No, I saw like the moment you uploaded it, just a bunch of people flooded that. It was so.
No, yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah. To that I say, all right, bye. Like,
I was scared for how this episode was going to be received. That was my main concern: is would this episode be well received? And look at that later. A day later, this episode not only gets on number 2 on trending, but it makes it to number 1, making it the second death battle this season to get number 1 on trending in 24 hours.
It beat the NFL. That's crazy to me.
Then it lost to the NFL later.
Then it
you can't win them all.
Hey, it beat Aquaman 2's teaser trailer.
That's fun.
Yeah, people were more excited for this than wet Jason Momoa. Let's go. No. That's all seriousness. Yeah, that's crazy. But that settled my fears. That's how I know it's like, okay, this episode. They're looking at this episode and they're like, okay, this was a good success. This was worth it.
You know what caused me to realize that people were super into it? When they announced in the Discord that, like, to celebrate that this is a Champions episode, we're gonna host a watch party, and pretty much every single person in the Discord was in that voice call. Like I wasn't there because I was out at lunch, and B, I wanted to like watch the episode on my own because I was doing a reaction video. But I saw the amount of names that was in that voice cast, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Why did they have a voice actor for the cat?
That's just DJ's cat.
Oh.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess we're getting to that now.
Yeah. Thank you, Red Runner. That's a beautiful transition.
So so the best voice actor in this is Gigi the cat.
Yes, Gigi the cat, best voice actor, gonna win the voice actor award for season 10 for the Death Battle Awards.
All right. All seriousness now, because this is definitely a serious episode. What the hell are you talking about?
Holy.
Okay, so we got John Patnode as Bill.
Yes.
I guess let's just talk about him. He's great. I love him.
He definitely was a great choice for Bill. Just gets all his mannerisms down extremely well.
Alex Hirsch. It's very hard to capture Alex Hirsch's voice for Bill because I know you have to put a filter on, but you really have to get those mannerisms and that level of excitement and enthusiasm that you're just this badass machacho triangle. Nothing literally means anything to you. You're a cocky son of a triangle. You are literally just evil, and you love it. But John did a fantastic job. He did he captured everything that Bill represents. And this is kind of why I love Bill. Even though he's the main villain of the series, he's very entertaining to watch, and I would literally just risk my life just to be able to see and witness him.
Okay, that's a little bit extreme.
Again, it is. It's like Bill is essentially the Joker to me, and I love both those characters. So yes, I would take extreme lengths and risk to just be able to be in their presence to witness whatever batshit craziness they have in store. Villains are entertaining, Red Runner.
So, one thing that Billy wanted to make sure of when working on this episode was that Bill was a silly, goofy, cartoony villain, but also that he's freaking terrifying.
So Bill then.
Yep.
I gotta say one of my favorite line deliveries, not just from him but from the entire episode, is it's in the mindscape. It's in Bill's mind, and he's like, "Oh, you think we're equals?"
Yeah, no.
I love it. I forgot to mention another fun joke was when Discord was like, how about we play a different game? And Bill's like, sure, I love checkers, and drops a chess, drops a chess piece.
Specifically a horse chess piece. Go fish! I would. That's a good line. His ending is a good. You think we're equals is a good line. My personal favorite comedic line that comes from him, which happens to be an Easter egg, by the way, is tell Jean-Luc his show is worse than Code of Honor. I was literally curious. I was very curious. I was like, there's no way he's making the joke. I think he is. I go on the Death Battle Wiki fandom, and I look at that dialogue highlighted, and sure fucking enough, it was a Star Trek The Next Generation joke. Basically, it was basically Bill essentially saying, tell Patrick Stewart that his Picard show is worse than Code of Honor, which is also another Star Trek related thing. So I was like, oh my god, that's beautiful. Because, if you don't get it, John Delancey was Q on Star Trek The Next Generation. Basically a live-action Discord.
Mhm.
Basically.
Yeah.
In fact,
Yes.
Discord was literally inspired by Q.
Yep.
Yes. It is. It's awesome. I also just love that we got ow, my eye. I love that we got that. Bill was just funny. Bill was fun and
Bill is
entertaining.
just amazing in this. I especially love when I especially love when he goes all red into the giant pyramid mode
Yes.
and just crashes down through it. That is so sick.
He reaches
Also,
down into
his
his own
line-
eye.
Yeah. Take Bill's Discord soul. I also love his line delivery of how panicked he is that he's now kicked out of Equestria and he's stuck in the nightmare realm. There's tension, there's a sense of anger, and I just love how that comes through the sprite. I can feel that, especially again when he makes the "you want to make a deal" line. I could really hear the inflections and just the mannerisms coming through. That was just amazing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then on the flip side, it's funny because last episode I said hey, well, Paul Gouillet, he was really good as the Silver Surfer. I hope we see more of him, and then we will see more of him because he announced on his Twitter that he's making more appearances. I didn't think it'd be the very next episode.
Nope. He was our Discord, and yeah,
He was Discord. Oh, wow. Talk about range.
indeed.
Yeah.
Very much.
I really enjoyed his Discord a lot.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay, Discord was the other one I know we all had our eyes on because it's very hard, again, just like Alex Hirsch, it's very hard to do to capture John Delancey's performance as Discord. But holy shit, Paul just, oh my god, it sounds almost uncanny. He really captured Discord beautifully.
Yeah. I gotta say, easily my favorite line from him is funny because it's right before my favorite line from Bill. It's we may be evenly matched, but I've seen your show and I know how you die.
It's first of all, raw line as is, but just the way he delivers it just makes it just makes it that much cooler, and it's so good.
Very good. It's very good. Oh my god. It's legit. It's Bill in Discord. I don't know. And I also love that he does show up in his own analysis. That was also very fun. We got a little taste of it too there.
I do love the line of how Discord poking at the producer, being you just wouldn't allow for extensive animation. That's a joke, by the way, but that's not actually true, but it's still funny.
Yes, it's very funny. I also just the only thing I kind of wished we got, but again, now this kind of ties back into Discord's plan. It's shown it's teased a little bit, but I do kind of wish we got more of his concern coming through for Fluttershy. But it was nice that the closest I can say I got was he when Bill says, "Good thing your friends make your own," and then Discord's well, friends of a friend. It's that shows I wouldn't say the main six are my friends. They're just a friend of my friend.
They're my friends by association.
Yeah.
He does have more friends than just Fluttershy.
Yeah.
Yes, he has the Cutie Crusaders.
Oh no, I meant Spike and Big Mac.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's right.
There you go.
Even though he loves to fuck with Spike on occasion, but who hasn't fucked with Spike? on occasion.
Listen.
So
Listen, when you're with the bros, that's normal.
I'm pretty sure Discord's like.
true. That's
Discord's
true.
whole thing is like he has to cause chaos because if he doesn't, then he'll just fade out of existence.
That's not necessarily what it was. Okay, so
yeah.
to clarify that point,
Go ahead,
what it was in that episode is that he was actively trying to become less chaotic. That's what made him fade away. Not doing chaotic stuff doesn't do that.
Alright. Well,
It's when he's actively going the opposite direction.
Well, the point still stands. But yeah, these voice actors are amazing. I love them.
But it doesn't stop there.
Nope.
We get more voice actors.
Yeah, nope. Because Fluttershy gets a bit of a cameo, and it is depressing.
Well, I mean, yeah, but of course it was gonna be.
Because of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? What is it? What is it with this season and having depressing endings?
Josh.
it's just a bit of a theme I've noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird thing, but I'm happy Fluttershy made an appearance. It was very emotional, and I do feel sad for her, but it's okay, Fluttershy. Look on the bright side. He'll be back in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay,
so I have to ask the bronies here, and all I'm asking for is a yes or no.
Okay.
Is Fluttershy indeed best pony?
No, not in my book.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Because Boomstick had that line in Discord's analysis, and I just had to confirm.
Okay, well, maybe at some point she was in one. Maybe no, I'm not speaking for me. I'm just saying maybe for some people she was.
Oh,
but...
absolutely.
Yeah. When the series was going, maybe she was, but no, she's not. Like if it's almost always a tie between Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash for best pony. Follow up is Applejack.
I will say, I feel like people who say Rainbow Dash are just basic. They just like her design.
Dare you? I do not just
your point
design. I love her personality.
That's fair, but as far as all the characters and the arcs they have to go through, Rainbow Dash, I don't know, for some reason the backpedaling she does is the whole... It annoys me more than anyone else.
Friendly reminder that I said all I wanted was a yes or no, and here we are.
Applejack gets bonus points simply for that one episode where, dear Princess Celestia, today I learned nothing. I was right the whole time.
Yes.
Oh boy.
The Applejack episodes are awesome. They're really funny sometimes.
Anyway.
So, how about that track though?
Yeah.
Why are you tinfoiling, bro?
True.
You know, it's funny. Initially, I wasn't on board with this track, but then as I listened to it on its own, and then as I listened to it while the fight was going on, I pretty much just pulled a 180. This track is pretty damn good.
Yeah, this track kicks ass. I'm not gonna lie.
I do it so much.
Although I have seen people get on me saying, why would you think this is a rap track? I was like,
I mean,
they're throwing vocal beats at each other. What doesn't constitute that as a semi-rap track?
Exactly.
It's not rap. It's more like
it doesn't they don't really. It's not rap style, you know.
No, but they are exchanging banter back and forth. And again, I just commonly again, commonly I just say, oh, okay, they're semi-rapping. They're not full-on rapping. Like this isn't, but they are having they're pretty much just throwing dialects against each other. So yeah. So
I think y'all need to listen to. I think y'all need to listen to more genres if you think this is actually rap.
Let's be generous and say it's structured similar to a rap battle.
Sure.
Yeah. It does, but it comes off like that. But I love just how it flows. I'm also surprised because I've seen a lot of people for Discord section. I actually saw a lot of people get confused and assume that was Paul doing the singing as Discord. That was not Paul.
No, but the fact
Paul was not doing that.
No, but the fact that it's pretty close is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, I know. Damn. It's like they fixed the main complaint that me and Bro had. I'm sorry, not me and Bro. They fixed the main complaint that What's Up Danger had when it came out for Miles vs. Static. Where the singer who's playing this character sounds better than the actor who's portraying him in this animation.
So it's funny because in part of the lyrics, there's a part that plays backwards.
Which makes fun of you for listening to it backwards.
Indeed,
which is freaking brilliant.
It's brilliant because Brandon is very anti tinfoiling. Like he is. Like a lot of the tracks he makes, like sometimes he'll even throw in stuff that is food for tinfoilers, only for it to be the complete opposite.
Didn't you do that with what's Batman Iron Man's called? I forget. Suit Yourself, yeah.
Yeah, he ended Suit Yourself with a Batman leitmotif.
The Batman theme motif.
But and Iron Man ended up winning it. He did that specifically for tinfoilers, and it blew up in his face because that track didn't come out until a week later.
Wah, wah.
Yeah, or it's also or if you want to also reference this little gem, it's also Watch Out Samurai.
Dude, Watch Out Samurai is really crazy how that worked out. Fun fact that the message backwards reads, "Why are you listening to this part backwards? Don't tell me you're some kind of tinfoiler. You do know the song doesn't decide who wins, right?"
Yeah.
I love it.
Again,
Brandon is a legend.
Oh no,
I love him.
He is. Brandon gives no fucks.
Brandon made this track the way he was just to screw with tinfoilers, and I love him for it.
Here's a bag, and you'll see how many fucks Brandon gives for doing this.
But of course, we can't be the death battle community without doing a little bit of tinfoiling, because what the hell is this album cover?
Yes, okay, so John Mitchell clarified this. He got permission from DJ Tiki to expand on the Cypher Wheel, and that's what the Cypher Wheel is. The Cypher Wheel adds new placements.
Mm-hmm.
So, have fun with that.
Well, that and we have, it's funny because DJ said on Twitter, when the Cypher Wheel was revealed to the world, that he wouldn't, the team wouldn't update it at all. He wouldn't clarify anything until the season is over. And then of course this album cover comes out, and then Tiki quote tweets it and is like, "Yeah, I freaking lied."
Yeah.
It's like, huh? So it actually is updated.
There you go.
So basically, what's going on here is that on the symbols, Discord is flying through what's assumed to be the symbols that were already used up till now.
Yeah, so the beaker and the beaker and the beaker and the beaker
and the beaker and the beaker. And you can't forget
Also, they also referenced the joke about how everyone guesses the beaker.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
That freaking chalkboard, the corkboard. Sorry. That corkboard is great.
Yes.
That Tai Long.
It had Tai Lung. It's true. Okay, so question: Did it have Tai Lung in the preview?
I'll be honest, I did not watch the preview. So
Because
I
I
can't
watched
remember.
the preview. I watched all 3 of the previews before the episode came out, and I did not notice it.
Actually, hold on. I'm checking that right now.
Well, while he's doing that, just to say what symbols Discord is flying through. Going clockwise, I guess, because screw it, why not? I got the question mark, the $sign, the lotus, the star, the half black, half white symbol, circle, whatever. Words are hard. The yin yang, the crossing swords, the atom, and the wave. I should note that is I wondered about this because we also know about something we'll talk about later. So I wondered if this was counting that as well. But I counted. There are 9 symbols that Discord is flying through, not 10. So this is up till right now.
Yep. Very nice.
So you can take this as please don't predict these symbols for future episodes.
That's the takeaway.
That's the takeaway.
Also, I just checked. The board's not even in the preview.
Oh, it's not?
It's added. It was added for the episode. No, because originally in its place was a Gravity Falls short, a footage from one of the shorts instead. But now it's added in the episode. If it was added in the episode.
I could have sworn it was in the preview. I guess I was wrong.
Nope. Well, the preview also had Mr. Beast footage that wasn't in the episode. So
true. I didn't even remember that when watching the episode. So it's funny how a lot of reaction videos call that out. And I'm just sitting here not even noticing it in my reaction, and I just watch all these, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess he did get cut out.
Speaking of reaction videos, why does everyone recognize Cole and Alex but not like anyone else? People didn't recognize Bill or Discord. People didn't recognize Killua, but they recognize Cole McGrath.
See, they're not dead. I told you.
Yeah, no, that is a good question because Infamous. I'm sorry, I hate to be that guy, but Infamous hasn't been popular since Infamous Second Son, and Sucker Punch decided, okay, we're done with Infamous games. We're gonna go make an awesome, grounded samurai game that takes place on a real island, and we're gonna basically try and go toe to toe with this other game. So see ya.
And then Prototype is just ultra dead in the water. The company's just gone, and they are never back.
Radical freaking died.
Yep.
It's a shame.
Yeah, so I question that. Like, I saw some people who didn't recognize. Okay, to add this, I saw some people that didn't know it was Cole v. Alex until the music started playing. I even saw somebody.
Okay.
Oh, it's Cole v. Alex.
Okay. Just to clarify, I when I was talking about reactors, I mean people who didn't even know the poll. I know some people recognized it based off the music, but I meant.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
I meant just random people just seeing the characters.
Well, we're also getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, so let's backpedal. I mean, I guess we're basically done with Bill versus Discord.
Okay.
Well, okay. I'm just gonna say this to wrap it up. Every single goddamn person who worked on this episode deserves a raise. Every single one of them.
I agree. They deserve a raise. They deserve a week's vacation. They deserve, a house. They basically deserve everything.
And
but the sun at this point.
And I did not think I would say that, honestly. I
love how this episode turned people who were a little turned off to this matchup in full, like, oh wow, this is actually way better than I thought it was gonna be.
It is
like this.
So I've said in private chats that because I mentioned this before, but I was very apprehensive towards this episode when it was announced as not just announced as the winner, but then it was announced, oh, by the way, we're doing it next. I was very like, oh boy. Part of it was just disappointment because I wasn't super into the matchup, but the other part of it was just fear, I guess. Fear and paranoia. Hyper knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I will just I'll just say it. I obviously never said this publicly as much because I just let the people who want to like it, have fun with it. Personally speaking, it was the worst feeling in the world. I don't like looking at the debate about it. I don't like what the hell does this dimensional tiering nonsense even mean? I don't even and all this powers and vague stuff and blah 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 and people not debating well and just and I don't know why even hardcore people just resorted to so many anti-feats Bill human level. Do you even watch the show? I don't understand any of that.
No. I
the anti-feat usage in this one was crazy. I don't understand it.
Yes,
it's so wild. But
it is.
Even despite all that and my a whole other baggage that I'm not gonna mention, I really like this one a lot. But I didn't expect it to be that super high up for me overall, not even just this season. Obviously it's number one, but it's just insane to me.
So
how
hard
they went.
What I was saying was because of my because of how apprehensive and at that point just apathetic I was towards this episode's just existence, really. I've said in private chats, I'm like, they have to pull out every single goddamn stop they can in order for me to in order for any other reaction out of me outside of, well, I watched it, it's an episode and I never have to think about it again. I figured when I said that I was asking for a lot, and I understood that. I accepted that. But just how much shit this matchup has brought to this community, I would have honestly accepted nothing less. And oh my gosh, I thought I was asking for way too much, but they actually freaking did it. They did what I thought would be basically impossible. They made me give a shit about this matchup. And
maybe
while
you'll watch Gravity Falls now.
Look, man, I feel bad. I know I said that I would watch Gravity Falls before this episode came out. I don't have an excuse. I really don't. So I'll get around to it. When? I don't know, but I promise you I will.
Okay. Hopefully before our season ranking. Thank you, random out crowd person.
You know what? I take it back. This episode sucks.
No,
No, I'm sorry. No, take me back, please. No. But I feel what you're laying on, and that was kind of my biggest fear too. Because look, I haven't been a diehard fan of this matchup. I love these characters in these series, but I think if anything, all I wanted, my two biggest fears that I had was, number one, it wouldn't satisfy people like Brobuscus who were in that camp that had a hard time really getting into this matchup, and they felt like it would take a lot for them to be turn their heads and be like, ah! right, I see you. You know, like, yeah, I see what you're doing. You know, like, you're spoiling me. But I'm so happy that fear was that fear was extinguished. I feel like if you love these characters, and if you love the series they come from, you will love this fight. But if this is your introduction to them, then maybe this will get you into watching their series and seeing if it gels and it sticks with you, because that's kind of what I always hope for when a character that I like that nobody knows of. An episode like Death Battle can help bring them out of obscurity, or they can introduce them to people. That's kind of why I love Death Battle. And the second fear was, which unfortunately it was kind of extinguished, but not really. There's still a little tiny spark of fire that I could agree and I could agree and gel with the argument presented. I kind of didn't, but that could be counted for time and me wanting a little bit more. That's my thing. I get it. In that regard, I feel like this episode could have used even more sizzle, but it's still good. It is a good episode, and I am so happy that it's out and we got it. And the champions, they deserve all the applause, because without them, this fight would not have probably happened.
Absolutely, definitely wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, no.
And you know what? I'm just gonna say this, and this might surprise some of you. Depending on how well this episode does and how well people behave themselves, maybe maybe I'll be more open to future MLP episodes.
Oh God, no! I never would.
It depends on how. Okay. It depends on how people behave themselves at this point. Because
I don't want to be.
The waiting period for this episode didn't do it, but the reaction to it after might. But the key word there is might. So
yeah, no. Look, I'm gonna be that guy right now. Look, we're never getting any more MLP episodes. I consider this fun.
This is a great one to leave off on.
I will sleep peacefully with that fact in mind, but
which does suck, because it's like that means I'm never. That means I'm never. Which sucks, because that means I'm never gonna get Rainbow Dash versus Sonic. But hey, if the champions can make lightning strike once, maybe they can do it again. I don't know, but I don't really see any more MLP matchups coming out of this. If anything, I just see them looking. I see them looking back on this and seeing it being a good experiment, because that's the best thing this episode can be, at least from their perspective. It was a good experiment that actually paid off, and now it can be the building blocks to future championship ballot matchups getting the same treatment, because I know they always try and make it a point to go all out for one particular episode, but if they can do that for future episodes like this that win the champion ballots, then I think we're in we can look forward to the champion episodes, because they'll get the same level of treatment as the season finales.
It's really freaking funny that you mentioned that.
Yes, the irony is not lost on me by that statement.
Because hey, what's better than having one champions voted matchup this season? What if we had two?
Two champion matchups this season.
I say yes. I guess, but you.
And I've heard that this matchup has a bit of a legend behind it, you could say. One with endless requests, one with endless requests, endless begging, but never. But you know what they say about legends? They never die. I'm sorry, it sounded cool. Come on.
All right, so I think we should let one of our guests introduce this episode, or both. If they want to do it together, they can.
Cole versus Alex.
Ooh, I pushed for this.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I wanted this matchup since I was in elementary school, and now I'm in university. Cool.
Okay, let's.
Gosh.
All I got is such a deadpan delivery.
You know, I'm just gonna say it, Hyper. You didn't push for it. You shoved for it.
No.
Cause like I remember when someone pointed that out, and I was like, oh, I have to mention that just casually, cause that's funny to think about. But yeah,
No.
it took more than like 10 years. That's all. No big deal.
It's here. After 13 years, it's here.
About time.
You could say that we've been waiting here for the longest time. That's a reference to something that's probably going to be up by the time this podcast comes out. I mean, what?
No.
All I'm saying is I've been cooking.
Okay. Speaking of cooking, I am. What the hell do we say? Other than it's about fucking time.
Oh hell
yeah.
yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Come on.
Yeah. No.
You know, honestly, this kind of feels like the end of an era. Like this is a match that
now you're right.
This is a match that's been requested since both characters' inceptions.
Yes. This fight has element. This fight is literally the video game version of Gru versus Megamind. It goes the matchup goes all the way back to the year when both these games came out months apart from each other. Both their studios were working on said games concurrently, independently from one another. They come out in the golden year, the magical year of 2008, the rise of the PlayStation 3 era, and they're the biggest hits on that console next to Uncharted and a future Twisted Metal game. They both got sequels, they both got comics. One of them made more crossovers than the other one kind of should have, but both of them are literally the archetype, and both of them have the same archetype in their games. Battling your inner demon and trying to be a better person. Only one gives you the option to actually do that.
Well, until Prototype 2, which kind of just throws that out the window. At least for Alex.
Yeah. So, yeah, no. This fight has been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Not relevant to the matchup, but I will say Infamous 2 is always really interesting to me because the evil path in Infamous 2 isn't even, like, inherently evil. It's just going with logic rather than emotion, honestly.
Yeah. That's a good way of summing it up. It's not like you're not like a monster. You're just saying, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Just to clarify, I mean the ending of Infamous 2, where the plague is threatening the entire world, essentially, but conduits are immune to it. So your goal now is to awaken as many conduits as possible, but you'll have to kill people in the process. You have by this point in the game, you have no idea if the race or the RFI will cure the plague or not. Reminder that that's not something they know until they try it.
Fair enough. But, still, it's good to see. I guess that's a good segue. We into our history with Infamous and Prototype.
What history?
Yeah, I was gonna. Okay, yeah. There's like, I mean, among all of us here, there's like only 3 of us that have actually played both.
Yep, and we are not. Me and Brob are not the Jones.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, I say
Alright,
that.
well,
I say that. I've obviously been familiar with these characters. I will say, I do have the prototype Biohazard bundle. I have yet to boot it up, but I do have it. I will. You know what, I shouldn't even say it because I said it for Gravity Falls, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Screw it.
Yeah, no.
I will try and boot it up before this episode comes out.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
I can do whatever the hell I want. Thank you and good night.
That's fair enough. Takes a bow. I'll walk off stage.
But honestly, outside of just the myriad of requests for this matchup, as well as looking up Infamous 1 and 2 story beats on YouTube for a thing, my only real exposure to Cole McGrath is PlayStation All-Stars.
Oh, yeah.
PlayStation All-Stars, where he's, for some reason, the most aggressive person ever.
No, like, unironically, in his rival cutscenes against Raiden, he's like unreasonably aggressive, but then Evil Cole is more toned down.
You're not going to join me? I guess you're against me then. Evil Cole, on the other hand, like, good evening, princess. Is there something I can help you with?
Oh man.
To be fair, this is more than most likely my Metal Gear Rising bias, but it is kind of cool to see him paired up against Raiden.
It's funny because I want to remind people who aren't aware, Metal Gear Rising hadn't come out yet. If you ever wondered why Raiden doesn't really have much related to his character, like why he's just kind of generically edgy loner type.
Loner, yeah.
It's because they had no idea what his characterization was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, I tuned out. Wait, were you saying that? Were you saying that for Cole or? Oh, sorry, I tuned out for a second.
For Raiden.
Oh.
His game hadn't come out yet.
Yeah.
Wasn't Metal Gear Rising in very early development by the time they were? Because
Metal Gear Rising.
No, it was getting ready to release actually.
Well, by the time they were making it, I mean, because I know Metal Gear Rising has like a very short development time. I'm pretty sure.
Well, it came out in 2012.
Came out in 2013, but that's besides the point.
Okay, semantics.
The point is, I don't know. It's still pretty cool. The characterization is weird, but I don't know. I vibe with it still.
Fair enough. ZDogg, you more or less in the same boat?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, they seem like cool characters, and I mean, one day I'd like to get to know them more. But for now, I mean, yeah, I know they exist, and I'm happy they're paired against each other because
I will also say it doesn't help that thank you to Sucker Punch for making Infamous like borderline impossible to play outside of a PS3.
I mean, it's not their fault, but that's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing with a lot of console releases. The releases get rushed, which means it's not an easy task to port them, and they don't have the money to do so.
If anything, thanks Sony for that, because you would think Sony would commission a remastered port of Infamous 1 and 2 for PlayStation 4, especially when Infamous Second Son came out. That would have been a cool way to tie that in, but nope.
It could have been. But I will warn you, as a Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter fan, it's very easy to get burned, because I don't think you understand how much spaghetti code is in these things.
Fair. Yeah, no, because I was forced to use the god-awful PlayStation Plus description, and the amount of data, like, because with the way the PS3 was designed, and
Yeah.
how it handled, especially Infamous 1, it always felt like at any moment it was just,
yeah.
I could feel it like it was
Yeah.
breaking down. I didn't run into like any
I-
major
Okay.
technical issues, just some frame drops.
Oh my
or, like,
god, I thought it was just me. I literally thought that was just me.
Yeah, no, that's just how it works.
Okay.
It's because in Infamous 1 they loaded all 3 big maps at once, which is not a good idea.
Exactly.
Fun fact, don't do that.
Don't. I mean, okay, Infamous 2 got it better from what I've been playing so far. I hope that's okay.
It was better. It was more optimized, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. But transitioning, because mine's a little short than Red and Hyper. I too have known about these two for a long time, but I've never actually played their games until last year, because I just wanted to get a PlayStation 3 so I could play old PlayStation 3 games. And Infamous 1 and 2 and Prototype were on my list. I got them. I played Infamous 1. I loved it. I really feel like it's not perfect. I would say that as far as Infamous 2 is the superior sequel end game to it, but Infamous 1 was very good. I can totally see me having nostalgic bias for it if I were to play it when it came out originally. It was very, very good. It was very fun. And I loved Cole's character. Infamous 2, I'm halfway through it, but I haven't beaten it, but I do know... I've already been spoiled on how it goes. So if anything, I'm just playing it going into knowing what's going to happen. But I still wanted to try and beat it. But alas, I'm not at my apartment right now, so no way I can turn it on and beat it. But I love Cole's character. I like him. He definitely he's one of the most unique electrokinetic characters, because I've often seen this pointed out. We really don't have that many white Caucasian electric heroes. We often just have either someone like, maybe Electro, but that's about it. But still, I liked Cole as a character. I very much liked his struggle, and the idea of the good or evil mechanic, that was pretty cool. I always stuck with good Cole, though, just because I like me a good guy story. So call me basic all you want, but that's how I am, so don't at me. I love them. I do. I love the gameplay. It was good. It was good. Infamous 1 was a real treat. Infamous 2 so far, I do think it is better. Like, especially the fucking opening of Infamous 2. Holy shit. It is literally like they just took notes from Uncharted 2 and were like, all right, so let's up the ante. Especially the fight with the beast. I don't know if I was being subtle enough. And I love the new power system. The new powers that are introduced, they're much fun. Although I do know that you get an opposite new power if you pick bad Cole. I know it's Magma, if I'm correct.
It's Napalm.
Yeah, Napalm. Okay, gotcha. But Infamous 2 is pretty damn good so far. I like it. I very much love it. And then I also read the comics. The comics were pretty good. I liked them. And I did play PlayStation All-Stars when it came out. So actually, correction, that probably was my first introduction call, because I played PlayStation All-Stars for a time. I dropped off of it like maybe after a couple of weeks or months, but it was fun. I've never played Street Fighter Cross Tekken, so I have no idea how fun Cole is playing that game. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then, there's Alex. Okay, look, objectively speaking, I kind of, in terms of just of a gameplay character and their mechanics, I kind of like Alex's gameplay more than the Infamous games, just because it's essentially, Bro, I know since Bro and ZDogg don't know this, but the studio that made Prototype made the Hulk Ultimate Destruction games game back in the PlayStation 2 era. So
yeah, a lot of people think that both Infamous and Prototype are like power fantasy sort of things. Nah, Infamous, you gotta strategize quite a bit. It's not like you can bulldoze your way through like you can with a good number of Prototype missions.
No, that's what the enemies do to you.
I would say the Infamous games. They're almost similar or akin to the Batman Arkham games in how you go about, gameplay, mechanic-wise. Like there is a bit of a strategy, and there's a bit of trying to figure out how you're going to tackle one situation.
I need to stress that the normal difficulty for Infamous 1 is it feels like hard mode, and hard mode is just...
Oh god,
you will be a rotten corpse when you finish this.
I did finish hard mode, and that final boss fight it took me quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. But Prototype was very fun. I loved it. I did feel like I was playing a combination of a symbiote attached to the Hulk. Because holy shit, the gameplay, it still kicks ass to this day. I have not played it on the PS4, but I will. But essentially, imagine the Hulk if he had a symbiote and if he could do some crazy awesome shit. I think the best one that I always get excited about is, so you can run up and you can essentially control your dents of gravity. So you can run up a building at super speed, and you can jump off a high point, and you can do a flying Macho Man Randy Savage elbow off the top of a building onto a tank or an enemy, should you so feel like it. That's the type of gameplay we're talking about. It is fun to fuck shit up. Yes, it was a sentence.
He's right. It's crazy because he's right, though. I know that for a fact.
Yes. The Prototype's engine is literally the Hulk engine, but with a different skin on it, and it's so fun. I love it. I love Prototype 1. It's awesome. I didn't beat it. I got stuck at the mission where you have to take out tanks, and I couldn't figure out what the game was. Maybe it was a glitch, but the game just would finish when I completed the mission with the tanks. It just kept going, and it kept telling me I failed. I don't know if
that sounds like a glitch.
If you were, I don't know if Hyper or Red have any advice on that. But
can you repeat that again? So like you were like stuck on a tank mission?
Yeah. Essentially, there's a mission where you have to destroy a bunch of tanks. It involves tanks. Like you have to take down tanks, and you can either take control of a tank to do it, but the main goal is you get rid of the tanks, and you're on a timer. You have to stop them before they destroy the city, I think, or a building. Again, it's been a while since I played it, so I may not be describing it the best, but I know that's where I was stuck in the middle area. I knew that.
I don't know how, then. I think that's just a glitch, because I didn't have any issue like that.
Okay. Well, maybe it was just my PS3, but so whatever. But yeah, so I love Prototype. That's where that ramble's coming from. I love Prototype. I have not played Prototype 2, but I do know that you don't play as Alex, because Alex is now the villain, because that's another fun thing. Both of these characters' canonical endings are actually not the ones you would want to pick. They're the ones you kind of are instinctively gonna pick, if that makes any sense. So that's another thing these two have in common. But I've heard mixed reviews on Prototype 2. I heard it really isn't as good as the first one. Just that is what it does to... I've also heard people were not happy for what it did to Alex's character. I can't be the judge of that, but I just know that's whenever I look it up, people were like, they were upset on the direction they took Alex's character.
Yeah, from what I
he's... you can go.
From what I understand, like, the ending of Prototype 1 is basically Alex trying to, like... Because Alex was kind of a sociopath even before he got his powers.
I mean, that's... Yeah. Go later. Go ahead.
But by the end, he's like wandering the world trying to like better himself, I guess. And then like Prototype 2 is basically just like, nah, screw all that. Like this dude's evil.
The comics bridge the gap. I know that. Like,
yeah, that's what I've heard too.
At least to an extent.
Okay, so see, that's the thing. So, should clarify, Alex Mercer isn't really Alex Mercer. Basically, what is the thing? I don't want to refer to it as just a wannabe symbiote. So, what is remind me again what the actual
black virus?
Yeah, black light
virus. So the black light virus, essentially, when Alex was shot and killed, and the black light virus was released, and it essentially took over his corpse, and it gained sentience. And throughout the whole game, the black light virus thinks it's Alex Mercer, but when it's revealed that no, Alex has been dead, then the black light virus essentially becomes its own thing. It's just now prancing in Alex's corpse, or more specifically, his image. So, just want to make that clear that even though we refer to, So even though we refer to him as Alex, it's not really Alex. It's literally the black light virus just taking on the corpse / identity of Alex. So, but that's my experience. Again, I was not there when these games came out, so I cannot say that I have nostalgic bias for them. But I do love these games, and I really think, you know what? Yeah, everybody's right. These two, Infamous 1 and 2 and Prototype 1, they're PlayStation 3 classics, and they should be played by at least. They should be played or replayed once in a while if you have any means of getting them. It does suck, like Brobuscus said. The only way you can play Infamous 1 and 2 is to get a PS3. But I would recommend trying to get a PS3 Slim, because if you play it on the original bulky PS3, then maybe the glitches will be worse. I don't know. But Infamous 1, there wasn't that many glitches on my copy. I got some, but not a lot. But then again, I didn't get an original. I got a new edition copy, if that makes any sense. It wasn't an original in-box copy. It was one that was just in those little cardboard sleeves.
And whatever you do, don't try it on the PlayStation Plus subscription unless you have to, because I did.
Yeah, the problem is that I don't know if I'm willing to shill the money for a PS3 just to play Infamous 1 and 2.
I would just
also emulation. There's a PS3 emulator out there, I know.
I guess.
But play Prototype 1. Since that's the only way you can play it, I would recommend.
It's on Steam, both of them.
Yeah, that's right. They are both on Steam. But yeah,
Hyper and Red, how many hours have you put into these games?
Oh god, I have played a lot of Infamous, not quite as much Prototype, but I have probably played through both games at least 3 times.
Nice.
Yeah, Infamous 1... Okay, so, funny story, I just finished all of it. I actually just finished completing both the Prototype and Infamous games this year, because I only played them once when I was, 8, for 10 minutes each. And I finally played them, and then I finally played them and finished them, this year. Yeah, I didn't, because for one, I realized, oh wait, they're on Steam. I never knew that. Bought it instantly. I 100%, I wouldn't say 100%, but semi-completed Prototype 1. I fully completed Prototype 2 though. That one was really fun. Hot take, but I actually kind of like that one more. I guess it's just because personally, the Steam PC port for Prototype 1 is just horribly optimized. It's not downright unplayable. I still had fun with it, but it just felt a little bit too slow for me. But it was still a fun time. though I will say a lot of 2 did streamline the gameplay a lot, and it was really funny. And yeah, the plot kind of sucks, but it's also really funny with how over the top edgy it is. Like, I'm sorry, I love bringing up this one moment, but I know what you probably know this one, right? But it's like this one mission where like he's about to take out like the main headquarters of the military. Like he's right behind him but then like as he's about to stab him, he stops when he hears him talk about his daughter, and then he's like, "Oh wait, no, I had a daughter once too.
he
That's
has
sad."
a family.
Yeah, and then come back.
Man. No,
yeah,
just like swipe or no swipe. Oh, he's a family. Oh man.
Yeah, and then cut back to him like a few hours later, murdering thousands of soldiers who had God knows how many families. They don't count.
They don't
but
they
him,
don't matter.
no.
He has standards
See,
sometimes.
No, it's literally Dora the Explorer logic. He said it out loud, or like it was acknowledged. Therefore, the rules suddenly apply.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep.
My gosh.
Because like technically he has the memories of all those people, including their families, but it doesn't matter.
They didn't say it out loud.
They didn't say it out loud, so they
Yeah.
don't matter. They don't count.
It's so funny. And also Heller just swears like in almost every single sentence.
That much I do know.
I know a lot of people don't like that. I thought it was fine.
No, I
It's-
like it. I
Okay.
unironically I do like it. It's great.
What I find fascinating about Prototype 2 is that like most of its cutscenes are in like this black and white filter, but the only color is red. And it kind of just goes to show how much there's a lot of red in Prototype. Now a lot of it is blood. There's a lot of blood, but a lot of it is also like the glowing red on the black light sort of thing. And it's a very fascinating animation style, I feel. And it looks kind of neat, so whatever.
There you go.
For Infamous, Infamous. It was much more recent. It was actually like a few months ago that I finished both the games. It was I had a pretty good time with it. It was pretty fun. Finally get to playing it and just having people. I definitely do say I prefer. I would say I prefer Infamous 2 over everything else, but I prefer Prototype 2 over the first Infamous game. But they're all still really fun. And but man, the first game is it's so hard. It's so punishing, especially the first area where you have barely any powers. They are just always on rooftops punishing you at every single corner, and it doesn't really make you feel all that super powered. That is until you get like the thunderstorm ability until like the last island, where you're just kind of just destroying everything and nothing stands a chance in your way anymore. It's really fun.
I can't say I had like that much difficulty generally. There was one mission in particular in Infamous 1 where I'm trying to remember the exact context because it was a while ago. But there are a bunch of shotgun guys running at you from like 3 different angles, and you have to keep watching all your blind spots.
No, bro, they juggle you so hard like crazy. It's
The
insane.
shotgun guys are crazy in that game. Like, you mentioned you were having trouble with the missiles. The missiles are pretty easy. You just need to know how to reflect them well. But those shotgun guys, dude.
Yeah, no, they are relentless.
Anyway.
What kind of hold on. I have to look up what kind of genre it is. Would you say that Infamous 1 is the Dark Souls of action adventure games?
Oh,
No.
God.
No.
No, it's not nearly that hard. Like I feel like Hyper's gassing it up a little bit more than I would. I don't think it's that bad.
kidding.
No. It's not that. Like, it's not even like some of the hardest things I ever tried. I tried the NES or server game, but like, it's just very punishing.
I'm
but
memeing.
not like it's
I'm
just
memeing.
Like,
I know. But yeah.
Yeah.
So cool.
there you go.
Yeah, none of us. So essentially, none of us were there when Infamous came out and can say we played it at release.
Nope.
But three of us have played these games, so we have a sense of what they're like on a gameplay level.
It's crazy too because I was a PlayStation kid growing up, but I didn't really play what was like considered like the big classics of the PlayStation, especially during the PlayStation 3. Like I didn't play like God of War, I didn't play Infamous, I didn't play Prototype. Hell, I didn't even get into like Uncharted until I got a PS4 in the Nathan Drake collection. So
you know what? Same.
I played a lot of like licensed games or like tie-in games during the PlayStation 3.
I mean, yeah. It's funny because I played Twisted Metal, the kind of reboot-ish one. I played the PlayStation 3 Twisted Metal. I played some PlayStation 3 games, but I never. I mean, hell, I played. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. I played some games that I should have played that were considered classics, but hey, I was a kid, so get off of that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I was on Nintendo, which is.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
See, I play PlayStation games.
That's okay.
I do have a PS3, so I actually don't have an excuse. So.
Okay, well, see, there you go.
I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. For now,
I will say on a complete side note to add on to what I said earlier about playing a lot of tie-in games. Real talk, this is super not related, but Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen. The movie is garbage, but the PS3 game that it's based on is actually really damn good.
Yeah. Yes.
So just thought I'd throw that out there because that's a game I played a lot. It's better than the whatever the hell they were doing for the SD version, the one that's on like PS2 and Wii. That game is trash. But anyways, I am getting sidetracked. So this won the 3D poll. So obviously that means it's sock puppets, right?
Yeah, that means it's another
yeah.
action.
We're gonna get more sock puppets.
Yeah, sock puppets. Let's go. But no, I mean,
it's a live action episode. Plot twist.
Exactly. There you go. But no, I mean,
yeah, is anyone really? They got Bat in the Sun. They got Bat in the Sun to help them with the live action segments.
Dear gosh, but come on. I mean.
No.
Of course it's 3D. No shit.
The fact that they are literally from 3D games. What did you expect?
What did you expect?
No, yes. This is the winner of the 3D poll. This beat out Kratos versus Asura. Oh boy.
I would say
that was
hey.
That was one of my most wanted, by the way. That was right next to Colux for me, so that was very fun.
Oh boy. Well, I'm sure you'll get that one. I'm sure you'll get that one eventually as well. Just give it time.
Oh boy.
I would say that it's crazy that out of all the matchups that was on the 3D poll with a lot of big names on there, that it's Cole versus Alex, where both franchises are quite dead. Is the one that won, but considering the push for it, it really shouldn't be that surprising.
No, there were two reasons. One, this is definitely the big one. People memeing about it never happening just kept it alive the whole time.
Yeah.
Which is ironic, and that definitely helped it get on the radar for a lot of the people I got into contact with because, God, I needed to do... Because there was no way it was ever going to happen. That's probably the only time it was ever going to happen. And I just went for it then and there, and, well... The rest is history. It's
and now we're here.
So wild. It's still weird that's happening, but
I know, right?
Yeah, with how
Just
much
like it's
with how much people have been talking about this and how like requested it was back in its like heyday. The fact that it took this long and the fact that it's here at all is honestly kind of crazy.
no, what's crazy to me is
It
that
is.
I think I mentioned this earlier. Like, it's crazy how like people didn't immediately just like. I know there was like a handful, but like a lot of people recognized Cole and Alex, especially Alex, in the live chat. Like once it was like officially revealed to be the next time, and it was crazy to see that people actually, oh yeah, these characters exist, and they got more recognition than other characters this season that probably should not have been as hoot as much, but I'm not gonna question that.
I don't understand the literally who's for Killua.
I know, right?
The thing is, the series has been on hiatus for so long.
Yeah, but it's still like one of the most popular anime in like ever.
Well, now it's not. It's not popular among the current active audience. That's what that shows you.
I guess, but still.
It feels wrong, doesn't it?
I still
It feels
don't.
wrong,
I don't
but,
believe
you know.
that. Honestly,
It's gonna feel more wrong when it does more views. I doubt it would, but if it did,
Imagine if it did.
I would
No,
apologize to Serena and James.
You know what? Yeah, I would too, but you know what? I guess just I don't know. That just proves how much people
Cole versus
wanted it.
Alex
I don't know.
Cole versus Alex gets like 1 million views in the first hour watch.
Cole versus Alex gets on trending.
Gosh.
The day that happens, it's
hey.
gonna be insane.
If it can happen for Guts and Dimitri and Bill versus Discord, I'm
Well, to be fair,
very certain.
to be fair, Fire Emblem Three Houses is huge. Like it's, well, Berserk is as well. I should clarify, but like Three Houses is like one of the top like most sold games on a Nintendo platform. Like,
Okay, yeah. Okay, No. You're right. I don't want to be. I really don't want to believe that because there was a huge push for this episode. It's been. I don't want to say it's completely. These franchises are dead because yes, while Infamous is on a hiatus ex hiatus style hiatus. Prototype is pretty much dead, but I feel like the matchup, because it's been requested for almost 14 years, I feel like that has been what's kept these franchises at least alive, if not dormant. Because again, yeah, we're never gonna get Prototype 3. I have no idea if Sucker Punch is ever gonna continue with the Infamous franchise.
I want someone to at Sucker Punch on Twitter when this episode comes out, and at this point, I don't even know if I'm joking.
It is worth noting. This Sucker Punch isn't an instance like with Naughty Dog not being interested in the Jak and Daxter franchise. Sucker Punch just has other things that they're interested in doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I don't think they would be opposed to going back to the Infamous franchise.
No, but it's just they need a story. They would just need a good story to tell, because that's the thing. Games need stories. It can't just be. It's not just we need to figure out how the gameplay works. If they have an idea of how that's going to work, they need to figure out what story can we tell and what character can we tell it with. Because I've even seen some people say that. Who knows, if Cole versus Alex does well, maybe, and if it gets to Sucker Punch's attention, and if it gets on trending, maybe this will incentivize Sucker Punch to say, okay, so we're going to be making Infamous 3, and we're bringing Cole McGrath back from the dead. I've seen people make that kind of claim, but I personally don't believe they're going to go that far, because no, I would very much prefer that you don't bring Cole back, because then
I feel like
there is a way to do that. They left themselves a way to do that if for whatever reason they wanted to.
Okay. Well, again, I would just prefer you don't.
I feel like if they did make an another Infamous game, they'd either have it focus on Delsin or they just make a new character. I think Cole's just out. I think Cole's just out of the picture.
Yeah, exactly. But again, point still stands. I mean, I do. I don't agree that this episode. I know. Hell, I think maybe I don't know if I'm speaking hyperbolic here, but I think maybe even you got to wonder is Death Battle taking that into consideration, because again, maybe it's just they've just been wanting to figure out how are they going to do this fight, not just in terms of like on a technical aspect, but just at the very least the matchups they always run into that obscurity factor, and I really don't want to beat around the bush, but Cole and Alex have fallen into the realm of obscurity. And there's always that worry when you do obscure characters.
I don't know if that's 100% the case, actually.
Well, again, that's just my...
I feel like they've more so fallen into, like, cult following rather than obscurity. Like,
I mean... Yeah, no, I mean, the points... My point that I'm driving here is that, again, I don't want to fully jump on that wagon and just say the reason and just say that this matchup is featuring two dead franchises. So realistically, what is the point in just getting excited upon the fact that maybe the good thing that'll come out of this, aside from it finally happening, is maybe it can spark the fire back in Sucker Punch to get back on the Infamous train?
Again, I feel like that's misunderstanding why they stepped away from it. It's not... It's just that they had an idea for a new Samurai game that they wanted to make. And obviously that can't be in the Infamous universe.
No, and it is. It's a great Samurai game. It's just... Again, I'm just wanting... I just want to make it clear. I don't want misunderstandings going around. I'm just wanting... If there's one thing I want from this matchup, after nearly 14 years... I just wanted to be essentially given the same thing as Bill versus Discord. I don't want it to... I'm not going into it with the hope and goal that maybe if I rewatch it and help getting on trending and maybe I contribute and at Sucker Punch, then maybe I'll get an even bigger reward out of this. I'll get Infamous 3, or maybe Sucker Punch will be like, we may have something.
Re-release Infamous 1 and 2.
Well, again, even if
that happens,
maybe that's the best thing you're gonna get. Maybe because again, the Death Battle curse does exist. So who's to say that maybe Sucker Punch isn't
F-Zero.
Planning? Well, okay. Well,
nothing's gonna save us here.
Nothing can save F-Zero.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no.
It's funny because they keep. It's funny because they keep bringing up the Death Battle curse as the excuse to do matchups like the one they keep saying was like Gordon Freeman versus Isaac Clarke, so we could get Half-Life 3.
Although.
The problem is that I don't think it works if they actively try to weaponize the Death Battle curse.
No, and again, that's what I'm driving at here. I don't want people clinging to this matchup so they can use it as ammo for the Death Battle curse. I just don't want that. But speaking of, this being the winner of the 3D poll, and we did briefly mention. It was a shit. It was basically us taking the piss. But this is going to be a 3D episode. Gas. Guys.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. And
so,
I wonder which team is going to handle us.
Raise your hand if you're on Copium that Torian's going to come back for this.
Yeah. Okay.
He's not.
I know he's not, but I'm on Copium. Okay.
Okay, you know what? Had this matchup happened 3 years ago when Torian was still on the team, then I think abso-fucking-lutely this would have been right in his damn wheelhouse. But to be fair, I think Torian said on Twitter, he is willing to come back and help Death Battle.
Yeah, why do you think I said that?
I don't know. I just thought you said that because you assumed he was on it.
No, I'm coping, okay?
Okay, but
no, I admittedly, ignoring that for a second, the 3D fights this season have been so raw. Like it is crazy how good they are. And especially after like Guts versus Dimitri, which utilizes electricity and ice and morphing bodies in a sense. That last part's a bit of a stretch, I understand that, but bear with me. The point I'm trying to make is that I have full faith in the team for this episode.
Putting on my thinking cap, I'm very certain that the Blender team is going to handle this one.
Gasp! You don't say.
Boy, what a deduction!
Yes, thank you. I'm right up there with Sherlock and Columbo as one of the best detectives of my time. But no, yeah, I have. Okay, if I know the Blender team, and I'm confident that I can say this, I'm very certain they are going to pack as much of the gameplay mechanics and Easter eggs these two characters can do with their powers into the animation. I'm very certain that it's probably going to just be that. It's like, oh, what do you imagine when you put these two against each other? You imagine they use their powers and their abilities, and maybe you get some Easter eggs to their gameplay mechanics.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm essentially just picturing potentially maybe another a Raiden versus Excalibur, if that makes any sense. I think that's what I'm expecting in my head, like just fast-paced, raw brutality.
Maybe. Obviously, it's a little bit of a weird comparison since Raiden vs. Excalibur wasn't done by the normal animation team.
No, it wasn't, but yeah. I mean, Devil Artemis has he does team with them here or there, so
yeah.
What are the odds that Devil Artemis is just joining the Blender team now? Because he's moved on from Source Filmmaker.
He probably will.
I think he's just gonna like walk right into the team at this point. Like I think I could be wrong. It's possible that I'm wrong, but I think the days of him making
doing
episodes by himself, I think those are over. I think he's just gonna be like, hey, I'm on the Blender team now.
Family reunion.
Yeah. I will say, I know that like a lot of the discussion on Billcord was like, look at all these neat references and look at all these like wacky BS that was in it. Like this is the Champions episode. Obviously, I don't want to try to be like doom posting or anything. But like, don't expect that level of crazy Champions pandering in this episode, because Billcord allowed for that. Like with how
this one doesn't.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more
No.
grounded. I imagine that like they could probably squeeze in some stuff in like the backgrounds or something.
Well, yeah, because spoiler alert, they're most likely going to be fighting in a populated area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so obviously there's gonna be love put into it. Obviously, like there's love put into every episode. But if you're expecting the same kind of like crazy, like people attribute the love and passion that went into Billcord to like a lot of the community stuff. And that's fair because that's where a lot of it was. But I'm just saying, like, if you're going into this episode expecting something like that, then I think you're probably overhyping yourself.
That's fair enough.
This episode doesn't like this matchup doesn't really allow for a lot of the crazier shit that Bill versus Discord managed to squeeze in.
No.
So yeah.
Yeah. So, but hey, it's gonna be a kick-ass 3D fight. Isn't that enough?
I just want it to be the best 3D episode this season, and it will be my favorite episode ever.
Okay,
Yeah,
there you go.
You know what? That's all you can ask for. Well, also, I don't know.
There's
Red
quite a lot
Runner,
to ask for.
Yeah. Well, Red Runner, what do you concur, or do you have your own set of expectations for for the 3D animation?
I don't have any particular expectations. Obviously, there are things I hope to see, but I don't usually verbalize them. Like, that comes to most fights. I just go into them.
Imagine a lot of the choreography in this references that storyboard thing you made to hype up this
I was
match.
just gonna say that. Damn it.
It was a while ago at this point, but I'm pretty sure they actually might have even asked if they could use a couple elements from that storyboard.
Alright, we'll see. There you go.
Well, there you go.
I don't know that any of them will be in it, but...
Well,
they could.
if there is, you should have a counter for things that were referenced in your storyboards. Have a little counter. Still, I have semi expectations, but yeah, I think they more or less fall along the lines of what Hyper's laying down. I just want it to be a kick-ass 3D fight, and that's kind of that's kind of been what
I just want it to be as raw as the other 3D fights we've been getting this year. That's
because
all I really ask for.
You know, the reason all the other three have been raw, and maybe this one potentially too, is because they really have their own style of genres and how they handle it. Because, again, this one is very much, I don't want to say a boots on the ground, but it very much involves a lot of powers, so it's very power fantasy-esque.
I actually...
Dimitri... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I actually had like a lot of like ideas that I already had played out, like, and these are like a lot of like power interactions that that I know people have also said. These ones, I just sort of like a mix of ones I wanted and also ones people want. Like an obvious big one is like Alex summoning his brawlers or juggernauts to the fight, or even those flying bats or whatever. A part of me, this is absolutely an unrealistic expectation, but a part of me wonders if he could even summon like a Goliath, which is like a kaiju sized one. I mean, they've been doing it a lot this season, but that would be very.
I think it all depends. Yeah, no, it all depends on what they can realistically do with the time they have.
Yeah, I would at least expect like maybe the brawlers or the birds, and like he just throws like an ionic storm like at them just to pel them out the way.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like that's one big one people want, and then like Gigawatt Blades versus Alex's Claws, and also his amp as well.
Yeah, the
and,
amp.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you need to do the amp.
Yeah, although I think Blades versus Blades would be really cool though. That's just why that's why I just prefer the Gigawatt Blades. He also and also like they can also like have bits of like how they both throw like vehicles towards each other, because like this is from Red's animation, or how they both do it with Alex's physical strength and Cole with his telekinesis. And like obviously a big play that everyone wants really just get us into the scale of like the open world and just them traversing through it.
Yes.
Cole with like his lightning tether, or Alex just running and gliding throughout the scene.
Or maybe Cole grinding on the telephone wires.
Oh the grinding is such a huge part of those ones. That's like such a really fun way of traversal.
Yes, I agree. I always love maybe, of course, you have where you obviously have to include both of their glides because both of them can glide through the air. Alex can do it better than Cole because Cole just uses he glides with his. I'm trying to figure out a way to simplify it, how he does it, but most of it comes from the electricity and the jolt boost he does. Whereas Alec, because the black light virus is literally just essentially a symbiote, it can alter its dense gravity and it can basically just glide through the air for almost an extended period of time. So I would like to see both of them glide. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe even have a moment where Alex fools Cole, trying to think that he can, fool him by shapeshifting or taking on the presence of a bystander, but Cole's senses are able to pick up on it, and he, says, and he fakes that out.
That'd be cool.
A lot of ways they could do this.
I think the main thing I want from this, aside from just to be raw, is I would love it if they. I mean, I've seen people say that they should do this for like the whole episode, and I'm not entirely sure I agree. But kind of give it that like late 2000s, early 2010s feel to it. I've seen people say that they should do that for like the whole episode. They should like bring back the old assets, license Invader, and I'm like, that's. I don't know.
And Invader would be really cool to hear.
Yes, I agree that they should put Invader in there somewhere, but I've seen people say that like they should like write this like it was a season 2 episode, and I don't know if I agree.
That's not even really feasible. Like if you take that at face value.
Yeah.
No, I mean if we're talking about how we want this episode to feel, then the best you're gonna get is maybe a season 5 or a season 6. Like just how they handle it, because there's no way. If you're literally asking them, oh, I want you guys to write this and have it be done as if you did it in season 2, that is legit not feasible. It can't be done because that I would imagine that would just take even more crunch time to kind of get it right. Not even talking about the animation, but just maybe the analysis, because DJ's not editing this one. It's Parker.
Yeah.
So you're asking Parker to so essentially Ben would just, or Liam or whoever's directing it would have to say, all right, hey Parker, can you edit this like it's like we're back in season 2? It just doesn't work.
So that's realistic.
I think
that's realistic.
The only thing is just that just use like the season 2 assets, like the same like the transition with like the Death Battle template and like the old season 2 like boards for like where they list abilities and background and stuff. I think that's like really the only thing, and also just like have the vibe of it as treated as sort of like a lost episode.
You know what? That actually is potentially feasible, at least in my opinion.
I'm not really fond of the full idea, like lost episode, because
why does it have to like? Okay,
especially since like
I think we all get it.
I feel like the whole like lost media.
It would be nice. Yeah.
I feel like the whole lost media approach.
I don't think you should actually try to make it feel like lost media. You can like have the assets, like you said. But that's about where I would end it.
I feel like the whole like lost media, like I've seen a lot of people say that they should treat it like a lost media, like Wiz and Boomstick like find a tape or something with the original file on there, and it's like, how have we never done anything with this yet? Here we go. I feel like that approach. I feel like that would like contrast so hard with the fight, because there's no way that the fight itself is going to be animated like a season 2 episode.
No, not unless they literally, and again, I'm playing on Bro's copium here. Not unless they actually did go and get Torian. But then let's say hypothetically they.
Even his animation style's changed.
Yeah, even with that.
Exactly.
Like,
so you would be asking Torian for his first fight back since Blake versus Mikasa, you'd be asking him, "Can you animate this like you're still learning?"
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Like, even if they get Torian again, like, he'd still be working with a lot of like the Viz Post guys, and whatnot. So like, it's still like the fight itself is going to feel like it was made today because it was.
Yeah, it's gonna look and feel like it came out today, and that's it. I mean, like,
and I just
maybe again.
I just feel like that would like contrast so horribly with them like structuring and presenting the analysis and the conclusion like it was a season 2 episode. I just don't think that works.
So if we're asking for this episode to essentially be a lost time capsule piece of media, then I guess we're gonna just you want to take it to the fullest and just bring back. That's right, Boomstick.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Bring that back anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, no, exactly. DJ or whoever writes in a future episode, not this episode, but just any episode, please, for the love of God, bring it back.
Just be said in every episode, no matter what. Clearly.
Yeah, no. Okay, so we have talked about the technical, but I'm just gonna ask, any dream castings for who we want to voice these two?
So I do not have any idea who should voice who, because
who's Paul Gouliak gonna voice in this episode? We know he's got one more. We know he's got one more.
It's either gonna be based off his range. I would probably say he could be a decent. He could be a decent Alex. I think he could be a decent Alex. I don't know. Red.
All right, so Paul Gouliak is gonna voice Alex. Fun.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking. Do you think he could work as Alex?
Yeah, I think so. Alex doesn't have the most iconic voice or anything. Cole is a lot harder to replicate, I would say.
So much so that we should also drop that little.
I'm trying to think.
Cole was recasted in Infamous 2. His original actor did not come back. But again, I've seen people also say, for authenticity's sake, they would prefer it if, voice acting wise, the actors would try and emulate or do an impression of how these two sounded in their first games.
No, I disagree. Having Cole sound anything other than his Infamous 2 self would be weird.
Yeah,
I kind of preferred Infamous 2 Cole, because for Cole and Infamous 1, he literally sounded like he was gargling marbles.
Yeah, it was more like it's because it was trying to replicate that era of like bald, edgy, main protagonist, like freaking Star Killer and all that.
Yeah.
I would prefer Infamous 2 Cole because that one has like more. That one is like more of an identity for Cole, and I would definitely say is more. I would say it fits him better.
That's fair. Okay, so your only mate actually pitched to me who he went off of Infamous 1 Cole, but he pitched me who he thinks could voice Cole, and that's the guy who voices Crow in Ruby.
You know what's funny is I thought about that too. I was listening to a lot of Cole's dialogue from Infamous 1 for the thing I'm cooking up, and I'm like, wow, he does kind of sound like. He kind of sounds like Crow.
He sounds almost exactly the same as current Crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it did get me thinking that maybe they could just go that route because they do sound very similar. But I feel like
as someone who knows the Infamous series, let me just say it would be really weird to me if they chose to go with Infamous 1's voice as opposed to 2.
That's the thing. Infamous 2. Infamous 2's the guy who voices him in Infamous 2 has also it's between the two he's voiced Cole in more shit. Like he's voiced him in PlayStation All Stars as well. So I feel like
He didn't voice
also
him
on
in Street Fighter X.
He's also on NCIS. I just happened to see an episode where he played someone. Just a random guy,
nice.
but he was in there.
Nice.
cool.
He's got range.
No, that's the thing. He does not have range. That's exactly why I recognized him. I was like,
Oh,
that just sounds like Cole.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I just meant he had range on, hey, he could be on TV and in video games.
But no,
Should have specified.
that's the entire reason I recognized it, because like I was just walking by the TV and heard the voice and I was like, what the heck?
Like, that sounds like the guy I know. It sure does, sir.
So, hey, I know that guy.
Okay, so realistically,
Eric Layden.
I mean-
I had to look up who the guy was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to think of potential rotating actors they could get to voice Cole, because if we're going just for Infamous 1 Cole, I'm sorry, Infamous 2. Sorry. If we're going for Infamous 2 Cole, then you need somebody with a not so gruff voice, but how would you describe him?
When in doubt,
Tom
hire
Schultz?
Tom. When in doubt, hire Tom Schultz.
Yo,
Yeah, I was about to say the
Yeah.
exact same thing. I was about to say the
You know
exact
what?
same thing. Like when in doubt, get Tom Shock.
Yeah.
But he's not available. Get now.
I was just gonna say,
Okay.
get Nicholas Andrew Louis. I think Nicholas Andrew Louis could do a pretty good Cole.
Probably.
I'm trying to picture his voice. I could kind of see it. Cole is a weird instance of. He has like that surfer dude inflection, but also a gruffness underneath it.
I mean, I would say maybe you could just have Nicholas Andrew Louis do like a light version of his Madara voice, or his Obito voice, or hell, just do a light version of his Kakashi voice.
Yeah, no, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just use his Kakashi or Obito voice, but just add a little bit of surfer gruffness to it, and then boom, there you go.
Again, it's so weird describing Cole as surfer dude, but that's kind of what his voice sounds like, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whereas it was like this all the time, and it was fun.
I can't even mimic his voice. I know that would hurt my throat. I was about to do it.
I could probably do it if it wasn't impromptu.
I just wanted to do my I would just want to do my Christian Bale voice for Cole.
Oh boy.
Okay, so in summary, either get Tom or Nicholas Andrew Louis to do Cole, and Paul's probably going to be voicing Alex.
Just watch.
Or you know what? It could be the other way around.
It could be. Who knows? And then there's the soundtrack. So do everyone think that this is the? Actually, you know what? I was about to say something, and then I realized that that's membership information, and
I think I know what you were going to ask.
Stopping myself before
I think I know what you were going to ask. Yeah, I kind of do.
Yeah, if you know, then yeah. Like if you know, then I wonder if this is what they were talking about.
Probably. Let's say nothing.
But much like the rest of the episode, I want the track for this to feel like a 2010 AMV, like an edgy 2010 AMV. That's what I want out of this track.
So you essentially so essentially kind of get a little bit of Linkin Park going in there. Kind of vibe.
I don't know about that, but sure, you know what? Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. All right. So we should move on because we got one more section to talk about. This is probably going to be the most easiest section of them all.
Yeah, that
Is it the thing that's currently going on right now that just got announced today?
All right,
No,
so
no.
I'm stealing this.
Not that
I'm,
part, but
I'm stealing this joke from your only mate. I'm gonna go dig Alex's grave.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
that. Yeah. Let me say this.
No.
No, let me say this. Cole at the beginning of the game stunts Alex.
Imagine.
There you go.
No, it is one of the saddest things that you can unironically say. Cole as a human had higher stats than Alex at any point.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's-
Um.
that's
Do we-
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here. Before we move on, I do agree with this statement. If Cole only just had Infamous 1, and that was it, no comics, no sequel, no crossovers,
He'd still
if
win.
he just had Infamous, yeah, it would actually be closer, but there is a possibility that it could go to Alex, because Infamous 1 Cole, even at the end, he again, I would say that the black light virus would probably edge out in some areas.
The thing is, Cole would still be stat stomping.
Yeah.
And to be fair, you are right in the fact that you wouldn't have Bertrand arguments, but you could still argue Sasha's tar being similar to the Blacklight virus.
Yeah, damn it,
Uh,
Daddy.
So here's the funny thing. So I decided to do a little bit of a comparison yesterday, comparing like the so if so you guys do you uninitiated folks in the audience want to know how Infamous 1 starts? It starts with a giant screw you electric explosion that covers pretty much the entire city.
Yeah. No.
and-
It was a certain number of blocks, but it doesn't really make it.
Yeah.
No, it was actually no. Like in all the trailers, dead drops, and mentions of it, they always say 5 to 6 blocks, 5 to 6 blocks, 6 blocks this, and 5 blocks that. It's like it's consistent, like crazy. It's so funny, and like
Would you say it's akin to like an atomic bomb or something like that? Like
something
maybe
like
even
that.
Smaller than that?
It's a little complicated, but I'm just gonna give you the gist of it. So essentially, what happened was Cole was in the absolute dead center of the blast, and I'm not even kidding when I say this. And I mean that in the sense that he was literally holding the thing that exploded in
Zero.
his hands. It exploded. He was really screwed up, but he lived, and that's how he got his powers.
fun.
And
that's
how
how
he
it-
became the only.
That's how Infamous
I
1
really-
starts. That's how this whole series starts. And you wanna know what's funny? That feat. Okay, so the main feat that everyone's gonna bring up for Alex is him surviving a nuclear blast.
The nuke.
Yeah. The problem with the nuke is that well, for one, he was very far away from the epicenter. And two, he still got blown apart. He regenerated.
To the point where it was difficult to regenerate.
Yeah, he regenerated because
Yeah,
he regenerated because like a bird or something flew onto where he flew next to his body and he absorbed its biomass.
I will say to give some leeway. It's possible that he could have regened without that.
Yeah, but it would have taken
Yeah.
him him eons to do it.
I was gonna say.
Eons, but it would have.
I'm exaggerating to make a point.
It would have taken
It-
maybe an hour. It would
it
have
would've-
taken maybe like an hour tops.
It would have
But
gotten
no,
to the
your
point
point.
where if it happened, it would get to the point where if it happened in a death battle, he would lose. He'd be declared the loser.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. Which
but,
also too, I was gonna make a joke. When Cole was at the epicenter of that explosion, he emerged the last Amazon deliverer of all the city.
No, it's
the
see, like, he was a-
Amazon delivery guy.
Yeah.
um.
Only the strongest survive at Amazon.
Yeah, no, and also even if Alex did scale, to the nuke, it still doesn't beat beginning of the game. No,
Yeah,
Red.
it's-
Do we want to? Red, do we want to bring up what we saw in the blog?
Well, hold on. I did some.
Which one are you talking about?
No, like the thing, like it was like, it's like a. Oh wait, no, we can't mention it. Well, I mean, okay, it's like it's not a big deal, but like it's basically like it's basically like a, it's like a, it's kind of like a. I'm gonna be vague on the feat because I don't want to give it away completely, but it's like a kind of a shaky argument where Alex moves clouds based on like that. Yes, that. No, no. It's not really like something most people would accept, and I personally wouldn't. But the thing is,
even if you did,
it still doesn't beat beginning of Gameful.
That's
Well, okay,
bad.
even then,
Okay, so-
I told this to God.
So I did some comparisons. I'm not gonna say the yields because again that's blog stuff. But basically,
No, but just do the comparison.
the blast that Cole survives is at its lowest about twice as powerful as the one Alex barely survived. So so here's the thing. Even if we assume that Alex was in the absolute dead center of the blast and did not have to absorb biomass to regenerate his body, he'd still be at bare minimum just under Cole would still be at bare minimum almost twice as tough as Alex. And that's using that's using the lowest yield of Cole's blast and assuming stuff about Alex's feat that is just straight up not true.
Well, okay, and I also don't want to. And then you take Infamous 2 into account when Cole fights the Beast in his first go around.
Yeah,
The Beast was
Cole
the Beast was essentially said to be stronger than the bomb that gave Cole his powers.
Yeah, that and he survived like a nuke straight up said to be like in the town level range, I think. Again, I don't want to get into specific
And that was
yields.
before Cole got his. And that was before Cole got his cryomancy and magnetic powers.
On top of that, like immediately after the Beast, Cole's first encounter with the Beast, he does lose, but he still does significant damage to him, which is important. The Beast just straight up like one-shots the entirety of Empire City. Like I'm not even kidding. Like one attack and Empire City is pretty much vaporized.
Not the flames, really.
So all of that is to say that Cole at the absolute beginning of his series is still stat stomping Alex, and he is gotten way more powerful since then. It's honestly, in a weird sense, I think it's kind of refreshing. Like we've gotten so many episodes that are just kind of like, who does win this? I genuinely don't know. And at times, yeah, it's more fascinating
It's
that way.
literally been stats are pretty much dead even, so we decided to go other routes to determine how they're.
I know. There's been like so many people's bench streaks that are just dying from this season, but like, and there's been so many debatable ones, and I like it because like after because I feel like in season 8 and some of season 9 there were a lot of just like really obvious ones, but this one is just like so many, with like the exception of I guess like Bill Sokka, and I guess to a lesser I guess to a lesser extent, Gus Dimitri, though people were still finding some stuff.
I would say also Rocket and Stitch.
No, I would not say that.
Rocket and Stitch had a little bit of debate to it.
I would not say that. Yeah, but
it did.
It did, but it didn't have a lot.
No, but it's
it was a diet debate.
Yeah, but this one is just Alex Beacon infect him. Like at least he has that, but yeah.
I mean,
honestly, and it's as weird as this is probably gonna sound. Like it's honestly kind of refreshing for me. Like the fact that we got one that's like, yeah, this character wins.
Especially
The
after Bill. Especially after Bill Cord. Especially definitely.
Yeah,
needed after
Bill Cord was stupid. Bill Cord literally was stupidly close. It could have been anyone's game, but this one is. It literally couldn't be more. It couldn't be the most clear-cut fight we've gotten.
This one is like, how does Alex win this? It's quite simple, actually. He doesn't.
That's the point.
He doesn't.
That's the neat.
I mean,
He doesn't.
yeah. Okay, like, okay. If I had to be nice to Alex, I would say the one area he does have over Cole, but it's not a stat stomp. No, it's not. We pretty much covered that up immediately. That in all stats, Cole takes it. But when it comes to just like their powers, the Black Light Virus does have more versatility to what it can do compared to Cole's very limited range of powers. But even then, I would say that's not much of an advantage in Alex's favor, because Cole may not have much versatility, but he more than makes up with creativity how he uses his powers.
Yeah.
Although
Alex
Alex
also has like experience using like firearms and whatnot, so like there's some neat stuff, but
Which is weird because why would you ever want to use firearms? In
that's
prototype?
also a good point. It's at the end of the day, it's just Cole is just ludicrously stronger, ludicrously faster. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and also
asterisk. I guess you could probably argue Alex is like physically stronger, like without all of the without all of the like abilities and whatnot.
Yeah, because the Black Light Virus can shapeshift its body to increase its strength, speed, and all that, whereas Cole is still a human.
There is some debate if he's physically stronger than Cole, because I know there's like a few feats where like he directly survives something impressive, but I would need to check on that.
I just mean like
also
like in a straight brawl, like using their fists only.
If they had to only use their fists, Alex would win. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Alex knows how to throw hands, but also too.
So does Cole. Never forget.
Oh, no. So, throw hands. Yeah, no. I'm okay. Yeah, sorry. But I should also mention this because I have seen people say this. This is how Alex takes it. The number one thing that definitively, if this fight were to happen, Cole would have absolutely no counter to this. Alex doesn't have that much of an exploitable weakness compared to Cole. Cole's main weakness, since he is literally damn living electricity, is water. If he touches water, he fries up. If you put him in, say, an ocean or then staying in water too long will kill him. I would like to counter that.
Sorry, go on.
No. I was going to say, to counter that, there's also Alex's supposed weakness, which is against electricity.
Which is really funny considering what Cole's main ability is. If I remember correctly, how it works is that if Alex is shocked, he gets like frozen up or something. He straight up gets like tased at one point and is knocked out. So
yeah, but here's the thing I would like to also counter with, and I don't know, and again, I've seen people have conjecture about this. If electricity is supposedly the Black Light Virus's main kryptonite, then here's a legitimate question. Why in the hell is none of the troops that are sent to capture the Black Light Virus equipped with tasers, just to incapacitate him? If that's supposedly his main weakness.
They also act as though the Black Light Virus should be kind of weak against fire in Prototype 2, but that's not something they readily use either.
Actually,
that just doesn't work.
I actually found the quote for where the people found that he said he's weak to electricity. I actually found it. Well, somebody else did. It's not exactly that they said he was weak to it. It's more that just I need to check it. Just need to give me a second. I know where it is, but it was basically the creator just doing like a mini Q&A and answering questions regarding prototype, like how Alex doesn't swim because they didn't have enough budget to make swimming in it, and there was one thing regarding the stun baton in the boss fight that I can also check on. Okay. Wait a minute. He can't swim due to the density of his biomass he has. He's too heavy to swim. Oh. I didn't know that. I guess that makes sense. Oh, hey, look at that. I guess.
But then, yeah, and also, to anyone, okay, there is one person in particular who, if they see this, they'll know I'm talking about. Yeah, no, he probably injects biomass to glide. Otherwise, literally, how does he do that? Considering what you just said.
He jumps good.
He glides.
Jump.
Well, anyways, at the end of the day, none of this matters. Like literally the only way Cole is losing this is if he stands still and lets Alex kill him. And even then, I don't think Alex is strong enough to do that.
Well, I mean, there's also Cole could just absorb the inner electricity in the black light virus, like he does to people. The option you have if you need to recharge. Yeah, BioLeech. Thank you. Like you do if you need to recharge your electricity.
I've seen some people, not a singular, that would be out of character for good Cole, and I mean, I don't know. There's nothing actually saying that he doesn't use it. You can use it at any point as good Cole. You don't immediately get punished for doing so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, like, what exactly makes that out of character? If anything, that's the individual's headcanon.
At that point, I feel like that's... at that point, I feel like that's just, like, give Alex something. I don't know. Because by golly gee, he's gonna need something. Yeah, straightforward. Cole wins. And if he doesn't, I said this in our crossover, but they're gonna have to really explain themselves if Alex does win this. Like I really don't see how Cole is losing this at all.
Neither do I.
Yep.
Yeah, it's because he's the stepchild of the Godfather himself, Electro.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so if we're done, now we can get to what Hyper's been alluding to.
It's winning by 7%. It is.
Okay, well, ignoring that, so
exclusive. Remember, Hyper.
Well, for me.
So, welcome to the Tournament of Champions.
What a first round! Very competitive.
Yeah. So,
okay, I guess we're gonna do that later.
So backstory.
Yeah,
so remember how last year they did this big Champions Ballot to kind of determine an episode that would happen in season 10? Well, what if I told you that they're doing it again? Would you at all be surprised? If the answer is yes, I have questions. But
that's for you, regardless.
But this time they're doing something a little different. Instead of just doing one poll for like 2D and then 3D and then calling it a day, Instead, we're doing an entire goddamn tournament. This is Death Battle's tournament arc.
Every good show needs to have one, just like they need to have a fishing minigame.
So how this is going to work is that every week there will be one contest, a contest of champions, if you will. If you understand that reference, leave a comment and with the word I don't know. I'm trying to see how many people.
Leave a comment with the word.
Yeah, with the word.
What?
Leave a comment that just has word. It could be freaking anywhere. I don't know. So how this works is that every week there's a one round of 4 matches. This will go on for about 10 weeks, and then at the end of it all, at that 10th week, there will be a final competition between 2 matches. Whichever one wins that is locked in for season 11. So we got ourselves our first round, our first week, if you will, of the Tournament of Champions, and holy shit, what a lineup we've got already.
Yep.
So I do want to say I know, like, we can all, like, talk about, like, which ones we will have or would have voted for, but let's make this kind of like this is why you could vote for this match kind of thing. Like, let's talk about each matchup and just be like, this is why this matchup is here. This is why you could support it. That kind of stuff. That's a bit of it's a bad explanation, but I hope you guys at least understand where I'm coming from. I hope you can at least attempt to understand what I'm trying to say. Basically, I'm just trying to say give each match their due, and not just be like. And not just be like, vote this match for the love of God.
Yeah, no, just do what I do, except actually force people to do it. Just like go to their houses and tell them you vote for it, or I will dox you and kidnap your family.
Dark. But yeah, top to bottom for the first round, I guess.
Yeah. So starting off, we have
Yes.
ZDogg's match, I guess. I don't know where I was going with that.
Yeah.
It's it is, and I hope I'm pronouncing these names right. It is Luz Nocida from the Owl House versus Anne Bunchui from Amphibia.
Bunchoi.
Damn it! All right, I was close.
Very close.
You were close. I give you props. But yeah. I mean, I know. I just really hope this wins. Like, I'll try. I think all the matches here.
Okay.
Yeah. I think all the matches here have their due point, but like, I really want this. This is easily become one of my most wanted ever, honestly, and if it win, and it would also make a friend of mine really happy. So yeah, I just really want this one to go far. I mean, I say that I know its chances as being an episode is high already, but yeah.
I feel like this has kind of become like the next Steven versus Star. As far as cartoon matches are concerned.
Basically, or at least I see the comparison.
Yeah. At least you understand where I'm what I'm trying to get at here.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
So, yeah, and you want to know why you should vote for it? It's because if it wins, I'm watching these shows. I'm making that promise right here, right now.
You should do so regardless, even if
I
this
will
doesn't
probably
win. But
I will probably do so regardless, but it is probably versus definitely. So
okay, that's valid. But you know, both shows are very goated, and I would love to see Death Battle talk about them.
Yeah. And I have basically nothing else to add because I haven't watched these shows. I will say I do understand, like, just from an outsider's perspective, I do definitely see the comparison. And it vibes. It definitely vibes. I would be super down if this match ends up happening. Win or lose, honestly. It's funny because that's one of the characters' names.
Trust me, I'll be making all those puns when the episode actually comes out.
It is super awkward that it's pronounced lose. That's awkward.
I've butchered that name so many times, and I just can't get it right anymore, so I give up.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Unless anyone else has anything else to add, I guess we can move on to next on the chopping block.
I guess I could mention, I don't mind Luz versus Anne, but obviously I do have a preferred matchup for Luz. Not going to promote that. But.
Right. Yeah. Let's keep it on. Let's keep it on these matchups.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a cartoon matchup, and any cartoon matchup has my support.
Yeah. There you go. For me, especially, it's more like modern cartoons, like modern quote unquote. Well, I mean these two are new, but I mean like, you know, stuff like Steven versus Star or Mordecai and Rigby versus Finn and Jake or Robot Boy versus Jenny. Like those kind of cartoon matchups have more so have my support than something like, I don't know if they bring Popeye back. Like I prefer some of those like 2000s, 2010s era cartoons, outside of like the old timey stuff. I still like the old timey stuff, but I just matchups like this vibe more than that. As far as cartoons are concerned. All right, next up on the list is the one that I'm just gonna be honest. That's the one I voted for. I don't want to talk about the comparison, like the poll results, because A, I haven't checked them since before we started recording, and B, I don't want to shoot any of these down, because gonna be up front, I don't really have a problem with any of these, but I can comfortably say that I voted this one. It is Monokuma from Danganronpa versus Koro Sensei from Assassination Classroom.
I voted for this one, and it's one of my most wanted, and it's really cool, and this is the only way Danganronpa is ever going to get on the show. I need it to happen. It is like my second favorite franchise of all time, and so many of my friends are on it, and like I obviously, like, I have nothing against like all these other ones, but like Danganronpa and polls have quite the history with fan voted stuff, so like I'm hoping it makes it to the end.
I mean, I won't say it, but like I imagine it's gonna go. I imagine even no matter what, it's gonna be on the team's radar, because I mean I know this one has been like a highly requested one for a while, and I mean, you know, I'm down for it.
Yeah, the fact that it got on, and this goes for all of these matchups, the fact that it got on this poll at all means that, hey, they acknowledge it, and they have their eye on it now. Which is something I wouldn't have said about Danganronpa before this, but here we are. I will say, as far as Danganronpa is concerned, I disagree that like this is like the only way that Danganronpa is getting on the show. I disagree with that, but I feel like Monokuma is probably the safest character to bring on from that series.
I feel like Monokuma or Genocide Jack are probably the safest.
As far as you're probably gonna have to. You're more than most likely gonna have to dive into spoilers regardless. But Monokuma is the face of the series basically. You could comfortably. You'd probably have to get into all the spoilers. You'd probably have to get into all the shit with Junko and whatnot. But it's not like a lot of other characters, the main characters. People will see people who are who know about Danganronpa will see Monokuma and be like, "Hey, I know that guy." And that's really all you need. I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to dive into. I could be wrong, but I don't think you have to dive into the really deep, spoilerly shit from Danganronpa in order to make an analysis with Monokuma work. So at least there's that going for him. And I haven't seen Assassination Classroom, but I feel like Koro Sensei is the same way.
From what I've heard, yeah.
Yeah. So, cool. It's cool that they acknowledge Danganronpa. I'm just gonna say that. So win or lose, at least we got that going for us.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm hoping for his chances.
Oh, only time will tell.
Yep. So next up on the block is a match that was talked about a lot. It's kind of a Cole versus Alex situation where it was talked about quite a bit earlier on in the show and then kind of died off at least a little bit. It is Shulk from Xenoblade Chronicles versus Lightning from Final Fantasy. Bet you haven't heard this one in a while.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that one was I remember when people were guessing that as a finale at one point, but now I just hear barely anyone talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not even people are turned off by the match anymore. It's just one of those things that's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah, kind of like Duke versus Sam.
Okay, that's not entirely true. I was just having a conversation with Gumball earlier, and he is very not fun.
Well, okay. Okay, I'll clarify. I'll clarify. Not every. It's not entirely that everyone has fallen off. It has turned away from this match.
Of course. I remember it really got popularized by Torian. It's kind of his baby a little bit.
Yeah, because he really likes Lightning.
I would totally be open to it, and it's one of the only non-7 Final Fantasy characters I can actually see them doing.
Yeah, definitely need to get a Final Fantasy character on here that isn't from 7.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And Lightning is easily one of the most popular picks from that. It's her or Noctis, I feel.
Honestly, I feel like Noctis fell off more than she did.
That's also, yeah, you're probably right. It doesn't
He's
help
cool and all, but
it doesn't help that Noctis doesn't really have the one for him. He doesn't have the match that's requested for him. He just has a good handful of them. Lightning, I really only hear Shulk.
Yeah, literally the only one I've heard for Lightning other than Shulk was when 1 Minute Melee did Wonder Woman. That's literally the only other match I've heard for her.
Oh yeah, Wonder Woman, let's go.
Yeah, fourth time, let's go.
Wonder Woman Part 4. Yep, because that's what people want.
Clearly. But no, I'm game for this. It'd be cool to see other Final Fantasy stories other than 7 get covered. And hey, a friend of mine I know would really like Xenoblade, so let's get it for her.
It would be very interesting to see them talk about Xenoblade.
Yeah.
So
I'm really feeling.
Yes, indeed.
Anyway, yeah, gosh.
Memes.
Memes. Now it's wrong time. There you go. I said it. Are you happy?
Okay, last one, and then yeah.
This one's
This one's a bit of a
weird.
doozy. I say that like I don't like it, which is not true. It is Lord help me, I hope I'm pronouncing this name right. Kasen Ibaraki from Toho Project versus Fleetway Sonic from Sonic the Comic.
This got on here because of one single person pushing for this really hard, and
Indeed.
they did it,
They
and
did
they
it.
are very happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
really-
they may or may not have popped off quite a bit when they saw this one get announced.
Hey, good for them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I mean, I don't really have much to say on it, but I'm happy.
No,
for
I don't
that it's
either.
on.
Yeah,
I
it's cool. I mean, it sounds cool, and I'd be definitely down to learn more about Toho and Sonic the Comic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's kind of my main takeaway from this is that like is it a match that I'm like super like heavily requesting for? No, but it'd be interesting to learn about Toho. It'd be very interesting to learn about Fleetway Sonic because I'm a huge Sonic fan, but I know like almost nothing about Fleetway Sonic.
from my
I just know that
basically know just
I know he's like stark raving bonkers.
yeah.
More specifically when he goes supersonic, but that's about all I've got. So yeah, it'd definitely be interesting to learn about him. And I mean,
Well,
hey, I don't know because I've heard that Fleetway Sonic is British, but
Fleetway Supersonic is British. There's a
Okay.
distinction.
Ah, hell yeah, put him against Goku Black. There you go.
Honestly, kinda.
Well, I said that because I was initially gonna say like, I mean, hey, it'd be interesting to have them bring Nicholas Angelui back again.
That's a British accent, oh boy.
To be honest, I know some about Fleetway, but I don't know logistically. Okay, so Supersonic is his own personality, right? Do you guys know that?
I
I
believe
think
I've
so.
heard that before. Yeah.
Like he's essentially his own character from normal Sonic. I don't know how that plays into Fleetway in a versus sense. Like, do you have to use specifically Super, or is it possible to do both? It probably is possible to do both.
I mean, they don't switch bodies, do they? If it's,
That's a complicated answer, but
Well, okay.
not always.
I was gonna say, if it's the same body, I imagine scaling shouldn't be too complicated.
Supersonic separated into his own body, at least on one occasion.
Ah, okay. I mean, most of the matches I've seen for Fleetway Sonic specifically do Supersonic, so I imagine they just go with that. So, but I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure what it is if normal Sonic were to go Super, this other personality would take over anyway. I think that's how it worked.
That's from what I understand. That seems like that's how it works.
Okay.
Anyway, Fleetway is an interesting conversation topic, but
Oh boy.
I don't know much about the Toho character in this case.
No.
Yeah, I know like pretty much nothing about Toho,
Like,
apart from like all the apart from like the 2 1-minute melees they have.
I know about certain characters just based off of association, but like I couldn't tell you anything like about like the in depth of the series. So
Yeah.
I mean, if they make it work, I'd be happy to see it. But like,
I know
So.
they get like ridiculous as far as like stats are concerned.
too.
but like apart from that, I have nothing. I know nothing about Toho. Hell, I said that like my only exposure to Toho is the 1 Minute Melees. I don't remember like much of anything about the second one that they were in. That episode was kind of forgettable.
That was the puppet one, right? Sayori versus Alice.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say, what even was the second one? I don't even remember it off the top of my head. But okay.
You know what? I'm gonna be upfront. I actually forgot the character's name. I knew Sasori because Naruto, but
yeah.
But like, I didn't even remember the Toho character's name. So maybe that just kind of goes to show that I am either I am very uncultured, or B, that episode is very forgettable.
Or both.
Or both. I was about to say, yeah, both are possible. So yeah,
right.
I don't want to influence people. You know, I vote for what you want to vote for.
Of course.
I'll just say I voted Monokuma versus Koro Sensei, but if you want to vote for something else, then go right ahead. I don't care because all these matchups are kind of fire.
Yeah, I'd be down for almost. I mean, all of them. Why did I say almost? I'd be down for all of them. So, yeah, go wild.
Yeah.
All right.
So
are we gonna do the asking questions now? Because we kind of.
Yeah. Well, we should speed run it. So Hyper, hi, how are you doing? All right, good to know. So
Cool.
So you are a new guest on this show. And what we like to do with new guests is we ask them questions about their opinions on Death Battle. It's kind of the that's kind of the point of the show.
All right.
So we do need to speed run it because we've been going on for quite a while. But just for this is a very positive episode. Let's dial it back a bit, I guess, because that makes sense. What's your least favorite episode?
I mean, there's the obvious one that everyone says, but like that's such an easy answer, so I'd rather go for something else.
The season 1.
Yeah, the season 1.
I think we as a community have just straight up
Batman
agreed to
versus
just not.
Black Panther.
Batman versus Black Panther.
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it's a pretty obvious reason why.
I mean, yeah. I don't know.
It's like, man, look at all these abilities. Let's use none of them. It's so funny. Oh my god. But I kind of want to keep the positive vibe going. But like, yeah, that's my answer. But I would like for something different.
They always ask this.
Yeah. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, we ask this for every guest. Don't worry about it. Like the questions I'm asking you, we've asked everybody that's been on this podcast, including ourselves.
Okay.
So don't worry about it. Personally, I prefer this episode over Batman versus Captain America, but that's just because like that episode was like it was a back burner episode, and holy shit, does it feel like a back burner episode? But
it
that
really
aside,
did at the time. I will admit, after rewatch, I think it's fine. Captain America versus Batman.
Yeah,
But I will 100% admit, when I was watching it, like, as Death Battle was airing, it really did feel like filler.
yeah.
yeah.
So much so that it got blocked in certain countries so that you don't even see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because like when
yeah,
it's funny
it was
because
kinda
like when Batman versus Iron Man was announced, you know, I said on one of our podcasts, like, just pretend that and this is referring to all the people who were complaining about Batman being in 4 episodes. I was just like, just pretend Batman versus Captain America never happened. No one will miss it.
Or Black Panther.
Exactly.
Or Black Panther.
I was just gonna say that too.
But yeah,
and it's gotten to the point where people already have already forgotten that it even happened, and some countries can't even watch it. So, hey,
as far as against Captain America goes, though, it was kind of their own fault for marketing it the way they did, because they were very upfront about the fact that, oh yeah, this is an episode we can do really quickly, guys, because we already researched Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like, they said that very upfront, and I think that was a bad idea in hindsight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But shifting it to Black Panther, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a low point for season 5, but like, I don't know. I thought it was okay.
It's just like, how
I
do you?
I find it an interesting choice for least favorite of the show.
I mean, it is just kind of on a whim, but like, it's just like, it is so boring and so basic, and also like they barely use anything, especially Black Panther, and also just like them flat out saying, "Oh yeah, no, he cannot do any damage to Black Panther throughout the entire fight." It's like, cool, that's real great tension. Very awesome.
I still don't like the whole, if Batman did develop a way to get past the vibranium suit, it would have to be with a gun. And as we all know,
that's the best part of the episode. I don't know what you're talking about. That's the best part.
I mean, how else would you get past a vibranium suit?
It's not like Batman can say literally anything else.
It's not like he could use a jamming device, maybe a boomerang that's, say, shaped like a bat.
Gun.
I just don't know. Gun. I don't even know why that was even like.
Keep listing them. Keep listing them.
I just.
Okay.
I just don't know why that's even an argument.
Maybe
because like
EMP.
Gun.
A smoke pellet.
Smaller gun.
Maybe his motorcycle.
Bigger gun.
Yeah, you could have just said Batmobile. Because the Batmobile has guns.
Everything is a gun if you will it to be.
Or, I don't know, maybe his gauntlets? He can have some kind of frequency in his gauntlets that disrupts the vibranium.
No.
Compact gun.
Okay.
As I was saying, I don't understand why that's even an argument, because like it's like why they would even bring that up, because like they make it abundantly clear that like prep time is not a thing. So why would they?
No, but
why would they mention a thing that would like require prep time? Like
he's gonna make it in the field.
Yeah, he's gonna make it in the field while Black Panther is ripping him to shreds. That makes sense.
He has it stored in the trunk of the Batmobile. That's where he keeps all of his spare gadgets that he doesn't use out in the field.
Good gosh.
It's how he got the explosive gel in Batman Arkham Asylum. Literally just opened the trunk of his car and was like, whoa, it looks like I'm going to need the explosive gel that can destroy walls. And maybe it'll come in handy when I need to punch Joker in the jaw.
That is a spot on Batman voice, by the way. I just want you to.
It's okay. It's okay. Because I'm Batman. There you go.
Alright. Enough of that. Hey, Hyper, we're back on the positive train. What's your favorite episode?
Oh man. Don't worry, Hyper. We all had a tough time answering this question. It's the hardest question we could ever ask you.
It's not that hard for me, but I know this is gonna be I feel like this is a spicy take, but Hulk versus Rolly.
Oh shit!
Oh. All right.
How dare? Okay, well, first of all, how dare you pick the fight where Hulk couldn't get where they misaccurately said Hulk didn't defeat actual Satan, and it was just this cloud-like avatar.
I'm gonna go no. I'm gonna go a step further. That is the best post analysis in the entire series, bar none. I don't care.
Oh, bias.
All right, well,
nitpicky.
now we're getting a
Goodbye.
bit crazy.
Yeah.
See,
I didn't know we were putting on our crazy cast today.
I was willing to like be like, oh, well, Hulk versus Broly, okay, that's a good episode, and then you say that, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, hold on now. No, I'm kidding.
I know.
I'm kidding.
But, like,
I'm kidding. Like, go on.
Like,
Yeah, explain yourself.
this is. I had an interesting one. So basically, the wait period was just like Bill versus Discord. So yeah, that was fun. Yeah.
I don't know if it's really comparable to Bill
Well, as a
Discord.
Broly fan.
You might even consider it worse than Bill vs. Discord in that regard, where
because Bill
most
versus
people said that Hulk would win, or stomp even.
Yeah, no, they all said Hulk would stomp because infinite, dimensional, blah, blah. Okay, they didn't say dimensional, but like infinite this, infinite that, and like, oh my god, I don't care. It's like, why do you keep doing this? And then I just betted him because I just tinfoiled because they said Hulk is super powerful, guys. He'll definitely stand a chance against Broly in a Twitter or something. So I just bet him off of that because I thought it was funny, and then he won. And then I was like, well, the only people who betted him, and I felt so much power. You can just tell from the reaction. Like anyone who watched that reaction absolutely would know that.
I understand why you like the episode.
But also,
it is 100% based on personal
yes,
experience.
I don't care.
Not
That's fine.
quality.
Hey, I don't care. Any reason to say that it's your favorite episode? I don't like.
Yeah.
I asked you a question.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
answered
sure.
it.
Yeah, no, like I like Hulk. He's cool. I didn't like him to the point where I was to tolerate everything that happened during that. That was so irritating. So I was very pleased
It was
with that.
vindicating to see Broly win.
Yep. And also Akari is really cool, and I like it a lot. I just love the vibe of it.
Yeah.
It just makes me very
I
happy.
will kill you now.
Yeah, no. Hulk versus Broly is a strange one. Looking back, I liked it. I thought it was hype, but then over time, I was like, wow. This is awkward. Like it's not at the bottom of my season finale ranking, but it's not at the tippy top. It's like in that middle area. I mean, all it is really, I think the thing that probably why I can see Hyper and other people would even say it's their favorite episode is, look, there's a lot of action. It's literally just your Dragon Ball action with your Hulk action. So how could you not love it? You literally see dimensions getting destroyed.
It just has a lot of hype. That's what I like about it. It just has a lot of hype. It gives me so much adrenaline rush. Yeah,
exactly.
That's what I like most about Death Battles, because they just give me so much adrenaline rush, and those that do it the most is definitely appealing.
Ikari is fucking hype. It literally feeds into that adrenaline rush, and plus two, I think maybe a reason why I also liked it, but I still kind of like it is the timing of the episode was pretty good. It came out not too long after Super Broly, so there's that. So it kind of could be about it kind of counts as being part of the Broly Renaissance back in the day.
It made Broly actually worth a damn.
Yeah. No, I will agree there. Z Broly sucks. Super Broly's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. And it also gave Nicholas Andrew Louis a win.
Yeah, I mean, he had one with Danny, but he was already dead, so it didn't count.
No, exactly. I will say, Richard also did a good job as Hulk.
Nicholas Andrew, like the fact that it's Nicholas Andrew Louis as Broly is still mind-boggling to me.
Because didn't he record Kakashi after this? Like, because he recorded 4 death battles in season 7, and I think
well, it's just like apart from some like some of the like more guttural screams, I can't hear him in Broly's voice.
I can't. I mean, maybe I can kind of hear him when he's talking. When he's when at the end when he's saying throat hurt. Maybe, but yeah, throughout most of the fight, I can't hear him. Like he disappears into the role.
Yeah. And then, like you were saying, Richard Barcinas is really good as Hulk.
Oh yeah, much more. And the only thing that I think kind of holds this fight back for me is, yeah, it is just, hey, it's an adrenaline fight. There is no character. Shit just happens. Stuff blows up.
That's not entirely true.
Well, there's no character. Okay, all right, fine. There is a clear character dynamic. Broly is obviously the good person in this. He's being pushed to his breaking point by Hulk because Hulk, for some fucking reason, wants him to get more and more angrier, so Hulk can have a challenge.
Yeah. He's kind of like he's kind of like a sort of like a teacher mentor sort of thing where he's just like letting him harness his anger more and more throughout the battle. I really like that.
And I would also say that it kind of characterizes Hulk as kind of the villain because it is kind of his. Because again, he's pushing Broly to just let fucking go, and it's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? You want him to get even more angrier, dude? Seriously. Again, this came out after All Might versus Might Guy, and that's probably why I have to kind of knock it down in my own personal opinion. Is that just gave me so much character. And this one, it really just was two action figures smashing against each other, both literally and figuratively. But it's still a fun bit of adrenaline that, again, I can't deny. I can go back and watch this fight, and I can have my criticisms and my nitpicks, but it still takes me back to that time where it's like, man, yeah, this kind of was I'll semi-agree with Hyper. It was pretty requested. It wasn't heavily requested, but it was requested. It was a way.
Yeah, it was like it was like one of those matchups. In the, I'm trying to remember exactly. Like, it was like one of those matchups, like in the day, like those old YouTube ones of like.
Yeah.
But a lot of I think after Hulk versus Doomsday, a lot of the requests started to like die off a little bit, and then Super Broly existed and it started to come back a little bit.
Yeah, that and this conveniently was a way for them because they even said by December of that year it was the 10-year anniversary, so they used this fight as kind of a way to celebrate 10 years early before season 8 would just be like, okay, now we're celebrating 10 years with season 8. But it's like Hulk versus Broly did kind of kick that off.
In a sense.
Even if I had to imagine it wasn't intentional, because I don't think they went into it being like, oh, this is going to be the big kickoff to season 8 because it's going to be celebrating 10 years. I think they
actually, the episode was pretty much done before the season started. So
okay,
so
yeah,
there
you go.
Really, my only problem with Hulk versus Broly, apart from just I'm just uncertain about the results, especially after Thor versus Vegeta, but that's neither here nor there. My only real problem with the episode is the sound design. It does kind of like pretty weak.
Man, yeah. I mean, it gets better here after. It gets kind of better after, but yeah, like the biggest one that comes out to my mind are the first couple of shots and Hulk doing the Loki thing. He did the thing. And that, and when planets explode, there's no impact. The sound design is just weak. So like it should be earth-shattering, but nothing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I say that it's not even like that big a deal because Dragon Ball sound effects are kind of weird. Like I said this when the episode came out, but every time Frieza like takes a step in Dragon Ball, I just lose my goddamn mind. Like the sound that plays for it, I'm just like,
Well, Cell makes this. Cell's feet make the same sound effects, right?
Oh, cool. That makes it worse.
Imperfect cells make those sound effects. I can't remember if perfect cells does. I think he just
does
normally.
No, it does.
Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Never mind. Then you're gonna hate Cell more because
Right.
him and Frieza literally make the same sound effects when they walk.
Great. I hate it.
Now you're gonna hate Frieza versus Megatron even more.
But yeah, that's really my only major complaint with the episode. Yeah, it was a surprising choice for favorite episode. But hey, I am not complaining.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I got it.
We're not judging. We don't judge.
This is a judgment-free zone.
Unless you say your favorite episode is Sector versus Fulgor, then I got a problem there.
Don't worry, I wouldn't say that. But I would
Okay.
say
Hyper,
that.
I am here to judge you. What have you to say in your defense?
Look, Red. People will judge me once you post the season 9 ranking.
Oh Lord!
Oh, that makes me scared.
I
Good
know.
luck tomorrow!
I know.
That's gonna. I can't wait to look at notifications. That's gonna be fun.
Oh
I have a feeling
no!
I'm gonna be that makes me feel like I'm gonna be unhappy, aren't I? Right?
You
Well, I have no
bastard.
idea.
You
What-
bastard.
what-
You put.
I'm not going to answer any specifics, but like, what do you mean? What
Well,
do
also,
you want
I mean-
to be ranked highly?
Yeah, I swear to God, Hyper, if you put.
I mean,
if you
also,
put
like,
SpongeBob
this-
versus if you put SpongeBob versus Superman Friends Aquaman at the very, very bottom, you.
Oh boy.
Just.
But no, what
That's
is
all.
it that you want to be at the top?
I'll say this.
I don't
I'll
want
say
it to be
this.
at the top. I just want it to be.
Just get ready for number 5.
Oh boy!
God.
Oh boy!
I will. I don't want to derail this too much, but I will say I have a feeling that means SpongeBob versus Aquaman is not going to be too far up. But we'll see, I guess. But
You'll obviously see. It's tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, by the time,
I can wait.
By the
By the
time
ti-
this comes out, it'll probably have been like a week ago or something, right?
yeah, I was about to say.
Alright.
So
Me and ZDogg will make a joke about it.
Yeah, don't worry.
don't worry. I'm already judging you guys after season 8's ranking. I mean, what?
Gosh, all right, but that's neither here nor there. For
Yeah,
now, we need to get up back and stuff.
honestly, Hyper. Actually, no, I won't say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Number 5 absolutely is the thing you'll be judged the harshest over.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's nothing else that beats that. Like, I feel like there's other like smaller spicy takes, but that one absolutely is the biggest one.
The one I was thinking of mentioning was later. You know what I
All
mean?
right, well,
Okay,
yeah, I
anyway.
know.
Okay. Anyway.
I was
So
gonna say.
hey, Hyper. What's your most wanted
New
match that hasn't happened yet?
Oh man, I wonder. It could be
Okay.
any.
I don't think that counts anymore. Say
Yeah, I mean,
another
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Was
I
it-
know. It's. Yeah,
was it
Cole
that's
Alex.
not-
I was gonna say Cole Alex, but like it technically
Oh,
is
that-
already happening.
that-
it's already happening.
Yeah, that doesn't count anymore.
Yeah, that was like my number one most wanted, like overall, like in general, in the whole show period.
So
Yeah, so what-
apart
Well,
from
next
What's the
year-
runner-up?
Okay, well, wait a minute, hold on. You kind of did already mention your second most wanted, so.
Oh, Kratos also. Well, actually, no. That's actually number 2 for me currently. Number 1 is Ness versus Frisk.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at that honestly. So there you go.
Nest would be cool to have in Death Battle. I wouldn't mind Nest.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, that one is my most likely because one, my favorite character of all time, Frisk, I would like them on, and 2, I actually did go through both. I actually did finish Earthbound and Mother 3, and I feel like it would be a really interesting case. I would include Kara in that. I know some people are already fond of it, but like honestly, they've included worse in the show already, so I think giving Kara is fine. And it would be like very much a similar case of like him facing Ness facing up Gygas, but instead it's against Kara. And like initially, it's just like more of like a grounded, like more of a like quirky, lighter tone fight at the start, where it's just like an encounter RPG style, where they're throwing off the more goofier and extorting. Is that the word? I guess the more out there abilities at each other with like, and more fun
Right.
stuff. But then like halfway through, it turns to like where Kara takes over and they start like resetting over and over, and it becomes much more tension filled and darker, much like their games like where they get more darker and twisted near the end. And I just think it would be really cool, and it is 1000% more just character attachment to these series and characters than anything else to me. For why it's that high.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'm curious. Do you this is like random trivia. Do you know what my favorite matchup just in general is? That's happened or not happened in general?
Yeah, I want to know.
I mean,
Does anyone know? Or have a guess? I don't know.
I don't. Go on.
is it Ruby Maka? That's my only guess. Okay.
Okay. Ratchet and Clank versus Jack and Daxter. Easily.
Ah.
Like,
Yeah.
no other matchup even comes close.
You know what?
That is
That's fair.
by far my favorite matchup. Which is funny, because the episode, I think, is just okay.
Oh
Well. Yeah, well,
You know
that
what?
happens
He's right.
sometimes, I guess. So,
I appreciated all the weapons that were in it, though. Sorry, I don't mean to drag
Yeah.
on any longer than necessary, though.
of course, but now you know.
Necessary. Oh, okay, I regret saying that.
You started saying it, but couldn't stop yourself in time.
Do you ever like say something and then immediately regret saying it as soon as it leaves your mouth? I
Yes.
just had that. I just had that experience, and I want to take back what I said.
Instead.
Anyways, yeah, Nest versus Frisk. I really don't have anything to comment on this, but I mean,
It sounds
it's-
pretty darn neat.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that's about
Right.
all I got. But cool. I mean, I understand the whole like, it's more so personal attachment and nothing else, because like that was me with Crash vs Spyro. Like that was my most wanted fight for ages, and for that specific reason. So
Yeah, no, Jack versus Afro was my favorite episode for a time because that was my most wanted, and still, it's in my top three. Like again, I've not met Luis to tell him how much I want to thank him and just owe him so much for making that matchup literally beat for beat how I wanted it. No cap. Like me and him literally were on the same damn wavelengths.
well,
Which, speaking of Jack versus Afro,
if you and I ever go to RTX together and we bump into Luis, I will record you saying it. I make this promise.
okay, no, all right, bad, fucking bad. Yes, no, yes. Speaking of Jack versus Afro, Luis actually put out some animatics and storyboards, and
I
put
saw
out
that.
a bunch
Those
of
look,
behind-the-scenes stuff.
those look interesting.
I should also mention, I'm sorry to take over, but it's just a couple seconds. Speaking of also that, Kaji Tane is coming to my city and a store that I used to volunteer at for some signings. So, and Sean recommended that, you know what, if I'm going to ask him to sign something, it's going to be a frame printed out of Jack from Afro versus Jack.
There you
Nice.
go.
Yeah, there, yeah.
All right, well, cool.
All right.
So last question, and then we really do need to wrap up.
Yeah.
So we had our like big legacy anniversary season, and like Death Battle's over 10 years old, and we've asked people since then. It's like, and we're gonna ask you, what was kind of like like your introduction to this series, and what was your first episode? Like, how did you get into it, basically?
There's two different answers. My first episode's and the episode that got me into it. Cause I always casually watched it, but there's like an episode that did get me into it. So there's kind of two answers. The very first episode I ever watched was TMNT Battle Royale, cause I just like Ninja Turtles, and I was like, oh, this is cool. It's very awesome. Definitely wasn't scarring at all.
Oh, I imagine.
Totally. Well, that it wasn't insulting to hear Wiz just completely shit all over Michelangelo and call him retarded.
Yeah.
Like I don't even think I was actually that torn up about it now that I remember, but it's been such a long time that I don't even remember. But like, yeah, from there I just kind of casually watched it, just like from the back burner. Sometimes I miss an episode, sometimes I would always catch them, but I was just always like looking at it from the offset until like season 5, where they were like doing a lot more hype ones, where I was getting really into it, and it really got in my attention. And then like Jack Afro finally like used Cartoon Network, which I always wanted for a while, and it was really sick. But then the episode that really got me into it was the one after Carnage versus Lucy, which I know that might seem like a weird pick, but that one was like a matchup that featured a character I almost like, that like it was Lucy that I don't even have that much of a strong investment about it, but it was just like a character I almost completely forgotten about, but then I was just reminded. It was just really investing to relearn about it again. Just like the overall presentation and production of it just really got me sucked into the show, and I just decided to just stick around as a hardcore from then on. I eventually joined like the community like a few years later, but I was always like looking at comment sections and like just keeping up with general posts, but I never like interacted until later on.
Interesting. That's a fascinating quote unquote first episode. That's the best way to put it, really.
Yeah, because like it's just a casual thing. Like it's not really that interesting if I just say, "Oh, TMNT Battle and I just casually watch it there until I eventually go into it.
Yeah. I will say on the topic of the TMNT Battle Royale, I know we jab at Viacom for a lot of their copyright BS, but maybe it was a good thing that the TMNT Battle Royale got striked. I mean, I still kind of like. I mean, I say that I still kind of like the episode, like just in general as like a concept. But like, yeah, all the stuff they did with Mikey and just the fact that it's 4 brothers viciously murdering each other.
It was a different time back in 2010.
Yeah. It's like maybe it's a good thing that this episode, by all accounts, doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
I know that nothing is locked in for season 11 yet, but I also know that Chad has mentioned that he's gonna, like, in meetings, he has been fighting hard for Mikey versus Jay, and I'm just like, please, like, not just for childhood's sake, but just give Mikey. So I mean, all the turtles, it sans Leo, obviously. Like Leo's had 3 episodes. All the turtles need something other than the battle royale. Mikey especially. Mikey had it really bad. So yeah. Let's hope that Chad's efforts have paid off. Like Chad's efforts and the efforts of the Death Metal cast have paid off. But as for Lucy Carnage, it's funny because like, I usually I like to think that I'm like, I might not be like the most cultured person out there, but like, I like to think like if Death Metal announces like, hey, we're using this character, I'll be like, hey, I know that guy. Or at the very least, I've heard of their franchise, the franchise that they're from. When Lucy was announced, I was like, what? Who?
I know, right? Like that's why, like, I was like, oh, hey, Carnage is finally getting on. Who? Who is this person?
Yeah.
It's like I prided myself for the longest time, like being like, even if I wasn't like super familiar with the character or the franchise, the fact that I would know them by name was still enough for me. I was like, hey, it's like, hey, I know that guy. With Lucy, I was completely like out of the loop. I was like, who the hell is Lucy? What the hell is Elfen Lied? And like, just to give you an idea, I haven't had a reaction like that since like Goliath, like since Gargoyles. The was the last time prior to the episode's announcement, I had never heard the name or the franchise they were from. So when Lucy was announced, I was like, wait, who? What? Because I saw the pink hair and immediately thought it was Krona, honestly. Because I knew that Carnage and Krona was a request for a while. So when I saw the pink hair, I was like, is that? I'm guessing that's Krona from Soul Eater, and then it was like, nope, it's Lucy from Elfen Lied. I'm like, wait, what? Who? What? Never heard of you. Although if you want to talk about headache-inducing debates, oh boy, the PTSD I got from that episode still lingers in my mind. And it's kind of affected my thoughts on the episode, actually. At least for a while. I've warmed up to it over time, but like, because I was Team Carnage during the debate. So like when, and I felt like a lot of the people on Team Carnage had to like fight hard to prove us right, basically. So to not only have Carnage lose, but lose as badly as he did, it kind of soured my opinion on the episode. Since then, I've warmed up to it. I haven't kept up with any like updates in Elfen Lied's stats, so I don't know if I say I agree or disagree. I disagree with them giving Lucy the speed advantage still, but that's neither here nor there.
What do you mean, Mach 2 Carnage? Come on.
You shut your damn mouth.
I know that she does have way higher speed nowadays. So
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Know how it compares to Carnage.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Lucy was downplayed a lot too, but like just giving going with Mach 2 Carnage was like, okay.
Mach 2 Carnage was funny.
Season 5 stats were really funny.
As soon as I was watching through the episode, and as soon as I saw that like that was the highest they were giving Carnage, I was like, oh, okay. At that point, all hope was lost. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what at this point I don't know or care what Elfen Lied's stats are. If Lucy actually is faster, then okay, cool, fair enough. But the episode sure wasn't convincing in that regard.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
But
it?
Oh yes.
Oh, I was saying, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. That's it.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's end this.
Let's wrap up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, first of all, thank you, Hyper and Red, for sticking around for this whole discussion.
Guys.
Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you ever if you ever want to come back on again, all you have to do is ask.
Agreed.
All right.
I heavily doubt at any point we would say no.
I mean, I don't really take part in Brobuscus, but I might join again for like the Colalix when it eventually drops as an episode. I might. Depends on the next time if I also want to talk about that too. But we'll see.
That's what it mostly depends on for. Like when we reach out to guests, we mostly like think about like, do they have anything to like? We mostly think about the next time.
Agreed.
So, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, Hyper and Red, thank you for joining. To all of you watching, hope you enjoyed Bill Cipher versus Discord. If you didn't,
I'm sorry.
Okay. I hope you're excited for Cole versus Alex. We have quite the cast of people here that are.
Yes, we do.
Let us know what you think about the Tournament of Champions. What matchups are you voting for? Please don't talk down any of the other ones. Okay, we're we're all one big giant community here. This is not gonna change anything, but I'm just gonna put the message out there right now. So yeah. So vote for what you want to vote for. Let us know what you want to vote for. Red has completely left us. That
I
took
think
me by
his internet
surprise.
crashed because he went fully online. I think his internet crashed.
Okay.
Wow.
So, and yeah. The shill once again. I do have my Shantae Lilac. One day we'll talk more in depth about it. But I do have my Shantae versus Lilac script out. Please go read it.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Hopefully next time we'll be able to talk about that and the other thing that we wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But yeah. Also, I mean, I've been shilling this for a while. I've been cooking something up for Cole versus Alex. It's something I haven't done in a while.
Yeah, your internet crashed, I assume.
Computer actually.
Oh, fun.
Oh.
Fun how that works.
Well.
But
Yeah. And also just, I mean, I'm sure you've already seen it by now, but if you haven't seen the ranking by Red Runner, Hyperstar, Gumball, and someone else, I forget who, go watch that if you haven't. There you go.
Oh my god.
No,
no.
oh no.
Oh no.
We were just talking about how he's the only one who hasn't appeared in a death battle.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to whoever that actually is. I'm sorry.
I will put your name on screen. Hopefully, if I remember.
It's a bit confusing because different Speedy,
Speedy,
Speedy. Not Big Speedy.
All right, we should end it.
The other one.
Yeah. So
Sorry.
all right. With that,
go
with
check
that
it
in
out.
mind, yeah, please go watch the ranking video. It's not out yet by the time of the recording, but it will be by the time this podcast comes out. So please go watch it. I also have an RTX vlog that I'm about to unlist right now. So please go watch that as well. I imagine no one will because no one watches my vlogs. But please do so. And all right, yeah. Hope you enjoyed. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Remember, reality is an illusion versus the hologram. Buy gold. Bye.